as they bring the multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection.
I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Good day wherever you're watching. It's another time, another day, another episode of your security program, The Defenders, coming to you from the stable of The Defenders TV of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. And the program is aimed at highlighting the achievements of the Corps under the leadership of our Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR. The precondition to freedom is security, and on the program we'll be giving you security talk, security tips, security enlightenment, and every other security related issues. I am Babawali Afolabi.
Join us for The Defenders, the stronger and more prosperous Nigeria for all.
Good day, Nigerians, gentlemen of the press. We welcome you again to the national headquarters of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps. We call you again to showcase some of our success stories, and we'll be parading some suspects here in cases like car theft, theft of hydraulic oils, and cable theft suspects. It is another remarkable achievement of the Corps as we make progress in the fight against criminalities across the nation. Following constant reports on car snatching across the Federal Capital Territory, Nasarawa State, Kaduna State, Benue State, Kogi State, and Plateau State, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps Commandant General, Professor Hamid Abubakar Howdy, MNI OFR, ordered the Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad to clamp down on the suspected car snatchers and restore peace to the states in question. Acting on credible intelligence, the Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad arrested 6 suspects. They are Azan Buka, Adamu Musa, also known as Yellow, Ibrahim Aruna, known as Biggie, Adamu Mohammed, Sahal Abdullahi Haliu, Abubakar Yusuf, and others at large. But we are currently trailing them, and soon they will be arrested. All the suspects have given voluntary information on how they operate and carry out their activities across the states earlier mentioned. We have been adequately briefed by the Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad, Commandant A.S. Dandaura, who narrated how the effective operations that led to the arrest of these notorious syndicates were carried out. The following exhibits were recovered at the point of arrest: a Toyota Corolla LE 2005, a Honda EOD 2004 model, a Toyota Corolla CE, a Toyota Corolla 1998 model, a Honda Accord 2008 model, 8 different vehicle particulars, and 61 different vehicle plate numbers. Also, 2 suspects were arrested by the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps operatives attached to Bua International Cement Factory, Opela, in Edo State. This was a joint operation with the Commandant General Special Intelligence Squad. The suspects are Good Day Okagbe and Monday Precious. They were arrested with 4 24-liter jerrycan of hydraulics and have made confessions to their various involvement in the crime. In another development, 2 other suspects were arrested during routine patrol by our operatives at Bua International Cement Factory. They are Menasara Samuel Marcos and Sonny Abba. Menasara confessed to vandalizing a 16 meters cable and another 2 meters, which he pulled off the insulated cover and sold to Sonny Abba for 20,000 naira. On behalf of the Commandant General, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, let me reassure the public of our commitment to eradicating organized crime, and we urge the public to continue to have confidence in us and always report suspicious vehicle transactions, and also ensure you demand valid ownership documents before purchasing any vehicle. These 10 suspects will be charged to court at the end of our investigation to serve as deterrent to others out there with criminal tendencies. Thank you very much for listening, and God bless you all.
I'm regret, yes. I have a wife and children. If your children saw this kind of thing and people over there, your brother, your sisters, people respect you, you will not feel good. And by God's grace, it will not repeat himself again.
Every nation has a turning point, a moment when ordinary people rise to extraordinary purpose, not because they were asked to, but because they had to. For Nigeria, that moment came in the heat of conflict, when our unity was shaken and our people stood exposed.
The year was 1967. The Civil War has just begun. But even in the darkness, light emerged. From the rubble and fears, a group of brave Nigerians chose not to run. They chose to protect. No ranks, no rifle, only courage and convictions that every life matters. That was the beginning of what would become the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC.
From those humble efforts in Lagos, a volunteer force took shape, guiding citizens through sirens, shelter, and survival. By the 1970s, the movement gained structure, becoming the Lagos Civil Defense Committee, educating the public on emergency response and civil protection.
In 1984, it became the National Civil Defense Organization under the Ministry of Internal Affairs, now Ministry of Interior, playing a vital role in disaster response, civil education, voluntary safety campaign across Nigeria. Still informal, still underfunded, but deeply respected.
In 2003, the National Assembly passed the NSCDC Act No. 2, legally establishing the Corps as a paramilitary institution empowered to protect lives, properties, and national infrastructures. The Act was later amended in 2007, further strengthening the Corps with authority to bear arms, make arrests, with or without warrants, and collaborate with other security agencies.
From volunteers to professionals, from whispers of hope to a structured civic shield, a corps born from crisis, now standing for peace. Under the pragmatic leadership of Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, MNI, OFR, the first professor to serve as the Commandant General, NSCDC entered a new era. Stronger training, smarter operations, and deeper community engagement. Across Nigeria, we now operate with discipline and direction through the elite formations like Agro Rangers, Safe School Initiative, Disaster Management, Anti-Vandalism, Female Squad, Mining Marshals, and Special Intelligence Squad, all serving with civility, compassion, and courage.
Beyond our borders, NSCDC is a proud member of the International Civil Defense Organization, ICDO, with its global headquarters in Geneva, Switzerland. A corps connected to global standards, yet firmly rooted in Nigerian soil.
From the ashes of 1967 to the strength of today, our journey has been shaped by sacrifice, guided by service, and anchored in trust. We are not just a corps in uniform, we are your neighbors, your defenders, your bridge between peace and panic. We are the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, defending the defenseless.
My name is Olatunji Disu. I'm the Inspector General of Police. I'm here today to cement the relationship between us and the civil defense. The people are the bosses. Keep on watching the defenders.
My name is Sylvester Nwakuche, MFR MNI. I am the Controller General of Corrections. As an agency, one of the arms of the criminal justice system, our vision is to be one of the best reformatory institutions in the world that aligns its mission with best international practices. We hope to rehabilitate those who have found themselves on the other side of the law, that upon discharge they will be better citizens when they come out. We rehabilitate, we try to also reintegrate them into the society. I want to encourage our system, the society, to please don't stigmatize our inmates. By the time they finish their term, by the time they come back into the society, receive them. If not, they're going to run back into the open arms of crime. And I want to admonish all of us, keep watching the defenders.
The victims who were safely returned to Nigeria said that they were promised lucrative jobs and better opportunities abroad, only to subject them to inhumane treatment, prostitution, and other forms of exploitation upon arrival.
What thing they tell me before I go there, they tell me say I go take care of with one old mama. When they look for our children, then they look for person will take care of with their mother. And he even showed me the woman picture. Now it make me go there. As I reach there, they go give me a shower work, maybe the particular work where they tell me say I they go there to do.
I can't follow them. I reach 3 days, I they cry. 9, they come, as I reach that 3 days, they can't carry me enter one room. They can't lock the room. They can't dey inside. They say I must swear juju. Say everybody swear juju. Say I must pay the money. As the way I did, now so they tell me say may I pull my clothes. Now so I pull my clothes. We just they drag with them. I reach almost more than 1 hour for inside that room. Me and then they drag. I tell them I say since when my mama born me, I never see anything like juju for my life. So how comes me I go come put my hand for dirty things? They can't tell me say hey no go harm me. Me I just swear say I go pay them their money.
The Commandant, Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Edo State Command, Akintayo Seidi Ayinla, says the command has launched a full-scale manhunt for all individuals connected to human trafficking and related criminal activities across the state, and they remain resolute and committed to flushing out every criminal network involved in this evil act.
I also want to use this medium to advise parents and guardians to be vigilant, monitor their children closely, and be conscious of suspicious promises of job or travel opportunity abroad. Many of these traffickers prey on vulnerable youth and desperate families.
The NSCDC Edo State Command says it will continue to work tirelessly with relevant agencies and stakeholders to protect our young people and ensure that the perpetrators are brought to justice.
The aluminium company site is located along Kaduna-Zaria Expressway, known for collecting scraps from parts of Nigeria, including neighboring country, for sorting and recycling. These metals are usually smashed and compressed into scraps and transported to Aba for recycling. But behind this heap of metals are hidden critical national assets that include rail tracks, pipeline tracks, and waterboard pipes. Following a successful operations, the special squad uncovered their activities. The suspects are said to be using the Inner Galaxy Steel Company in Birnin Yero as a front for illegal trades.
This criminal cycle has caused the federal government monumental economic losses.
And all those culpable will be dealt with according to the laws of the land.
As at the time of this report, the company has been taken over by security operatives, while the management are said to be on the run. In a related development, the Nigerian Army in Kaduna has also intercepted and handed over to NSCDC Kaduna a truck along Kaduna-Abuja route loaded with vandalized rail tracks.
Until the perpetrators of these dastard acts are brought to book, the Corps will not rest on its hours.
The suspects will be investigated and charged to court.
Security is the collective responsibility of every citizen. No service has a monopoly of any strategy. Now that the 3 C's are conspicuously noticed among security agencies: collaboration, cooperation, and coordination, I'd like to enjoin all security agencies to strengthen this collaboration so that together we can provide safety and security for Nigerians and for Nigeria. My name is Professor Ahmed Abubakar Audi, OFR MNI, Commandant General, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Please keep watching the defenders.
Agro Ranger is not just about the boots on the ground, but it is about the pace that we provide. The mandate is clear: to protect agro-allied investments, to secure the ranches, to provide safe movements of agricultural goods and products. We mediate between the farmers and the herders in a non-kinetic approach. You apply soft power like diplomacy, negotiation, and persuasion. This is so the herder can graze in peace and the farmer can plant without fear.
From the grain silos in the north and the palm plantation in the south, the presence of agro rangers has boosted investors' confidence. Large-scale commercial farms that have once been idle have been busy with different activities nationwide. By curbing the theft of livestock and protecting critical infrastructures like dams and irrigation systems, the NSCDC is ensuring that the Grow Nigeria initiative isn't just a slogan, but a reality. Every harvest protected by an agro ranger, as it stands today, is a victory against hunger and a step towards economic stability.
The coordinator, Dr. Sani Adamujoro, made this known during the commissioning and handover of facilities provided by AgriSal for the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Agro Rangers Unit in Kodam, a multi-developmental government area. Dr. Joro explained that the project was executed on the directive of Governor Muhammad Inuwa Yahya, who emphasized the need to provide all necessary support to strengthen security in Kanal Forest.
Kanal Forest should be among the frontline projects that you are supposed to concentrate on improving. And to the glory of Almighty His Excellency Muhammadu Yahya has remained consistent in pursue and follow up the seamless implementation of Canal Forest in terms of restoring it to its olden days glories. So it attracted attention within and outside the country. A lot of students, both undergraduate and postgraduate students, their lecturers are coming here for research. A lot of people are coming here for recreational activities. So that is why, again, when we commenced the implementation of AgriCell, he directed and ran approval expressly and follow up to ensure that we have done all the needful in terms of making this location to be a full-fledged recreational facility, facilities that will support like the establishment of park.
He said they will continue to give sustained attention to Nasarawa Forest until it becomes a center for research and tourism. In his remark, the commandant of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Gombe State Command, Idris Jibril, expressed appreciation to AgriCell for the initiative and commended Governor Inuwa Yahya for his political will and consistent support toward the success of the project.
My 1 year in Gombe State, and through the support of AgriCell and the executive governor of Gombe State, Alhaji Inuwa Yahya, Damajon Gombe, we were able to get this state-of-the-art Agro Rangers base station that will enhance the performance of our officers in the protection of natural endowment in Gombe State.
He assured that the Corps will intensify effort to strengthen security in Canal Forest. Meanwhile, while presenting the keys of the facility and 2 motorcycles donated to the Nigerian Security Defense Corps, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment, Water Resources and Forestry, Mohammed Bello Abubakar, praised the AgriCell project coordinator for his foresight and commitment. Also speaking, the district head of Kodon, Alhassan Abubakar, acknowledged the numerous developmental contributions of AgriCell in the area. He pledged the community's support to security agencies, particularly the NSCDC, to ensure the protection of the forest and surrounding communities.
While parading the suspect at the command headquarters in Bauchi, the Bauchi State Commandant of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Oyorinde Oloyede Nelson, said the arrest followed complaint from members of the public over alleged job racketeering activities. Represented by the command's public relations officer, Samin Yusuf, the commandant explained that the suspect are dismissed army personnel allegedly engaged in cheating, fake employment promises, and collection of over 600,000 naira in the name of recruitment into the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps.
The suspect collected the sum of 613,000 naira from one Suleiman Ahmed of Ongwang, Malam, Maiduguri Road, Ganjua local government area of Bauchi State, in the name of providing him with NSCDC employment. This is an act of forgery, fraud, cheating.
According to him, preliminary investigation revealed that the suspect confessed to have committed the offense and will be charged to court for prosecution.
Therefore, the suspect will be charged to court to face the full wrath of the law upon the conclusion of this investigation.
The command cautioned members of the public against patronizing individuals claiming to offer employment slots, stressing that recruitment into the Corps is free and follows approved official procedures.
And job seekers, please note that NSCDC does not collect money for employment. Instead, all recruitment process and information during recruitment is passed through the Civil Defense, Correctional, Fire and Immigration Board, CDCFIB, under the Ministry of Interior.
You won't pay person to get job for you for NSCDC. Hola! Now corruption be that. That one a big wahala. This 2025 recruitment. Now unfair be that too. It be like white paper. No wuru wuru, no magu magu. Make you no give anybody money when he tell you say if he run am for you. Not let anybody carry your hand, go back, collect money, go use your money chop pepper soup for nights. Now corruption be that too. Both the person when he give and the person when he take, una go enter gbege o, and una go face the law. All application for this whole recruitment suppose go through the official recruitment sites. When it dey show for your screen so, and na for free, we no need to give money at all. Make you guide your tomorrow. Say no to wuru. Make you no put sand for your garri or shine your eye. If anybody ask you for money, make you report am sharp. Make you no keep quiet as if aga gum dey your mouth o. Because we dey fight for integrity for this Nigeria. We dey summon you this information from Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps on behalf of our Oga Patapata, the Commandant General, Professor Ahmed Abubakar Aldi, MNI OFR.
Be warned, don't be scammed. If you see something, say something.
In all the 30 states of the Federation, we have a command, being headed by a commander. And in all the 744 local governments, we have a division, being headed by divisional officers. And in 80% of all the divisions, we have a household. Why? Because we bring in security down to the grassroots level. If you notice anything strange in your local area, endeavor to walk into any of these divisions or commands. These will join the curtain on this week's edition of the program. After the mean, Babawadi Afalani. When you see something, please say something. Bye for now.
I want to share a story around the Recycle Spay educational project. This project started far back, I think 2018 December, and it came out of the desire to provide solution to children that are out of school in terms of trying to find an alternative for us to ensure that they stay in school to learn.
As the saying goes, education is the best legacy. It is the desire of every parent to give quality and acceptable education to their words. However, the inequality of life and the systemic poverty level in our society have made it difficult for some to pay their words school fees.
The Recycle Spay educational project came out of the desire to provide solution, out of the desire to meet a need.
The reason schools have encouraged and engaged the underprivileged in collection of plastic waste in exchange for fees.
We will collect it from school, and the fund that is equivalent to that recyclables we will pay it to the school. And for example, if my school fees is 5,000 per term, and I am able to bring recyclables that is worth like maybe that 1,000 per term for the first maybe donation or turnover, we will take those bottles and we deduct the 1,000 from the 5,000 that is meant for the school fees of that particular child. So it comes down to 4. So they keep doing that over and over and over until they knock off the entire school fees for that term.
Our crew caught up with Mrs. Emen Adiola, a principal of one of the schools that keyed into this waste collection vision and its translation to school fees.
We know that recycling is all about taking dirt out of our environment. So to help our school not to litter the bottles around, that's why we decided to keep the bottles in a place to recycle. Then our own base of value is the monetary aspect. So we are doing it as a school, just to help get some things for the school with the money that we are making from the recycling. So we are not just doing it for getting our money instantly, but our money is, they call it monetary value. So we keep it. I think for now we are up to above 5,000, so I'm sure it will still keep counting. Not touching the money for now. We are looking at getting, most especially, laptops for our students.
How do the parents feel about the mode of payment of their wards' school fees?
You don't help my family, most especially one of my sons graduated from UNID secondary school.
Wow.
Then as still can't get small and we'll be saying, nah, they are seasonal.
Since I was born, in fact, I have never seen this kind of program in my life. Even in my own days, it's not like that. If it is like that, most of the people who do not participate in education, maybe with this or that, they can be able to participate. They can be able to go to school because of some people don't go to school because of money.
It should be noted here that waste collection has been a regular trade for some, as stated by Sefiu Saminu, a truck pusher from Katsina.
For it's almost 2 days to pack it because they are follow inside the area. Some then enter inside quarter. Some, if people they read minerals, if they throw it, they follow and pick it one by one. Some of them, they are a student because they don't have school fees. If they come Lagos and supply this one, they will gather the money and go back to pay some school fees. Because some of them, they don't have a father or seniors brother where they go assist them about the school. So especially like me, I am fucking it. I don't have a person who can assist me to pay my school fees. Some, if we get holiday, I am coming in Lagos and do this like this work or to carry car or I will follow a simple way to get to see money, but I can't tip person something. I can't do any bad. I will show my sweat to go back and pay my school fees.
The whole idea is to create wealth from waste, keep the environment clean, and also creating a means of livelihood for the
And welcome to Gender Agenda, where leadership, policy, power, and people intersect, and where the conversations shaping Nigeria's future takes center stage. My name is Adora Sidney Jack. You're welcome. Now, this evening, the theme is both timely and critical. 2027 and beyond, reimagining political parties for women's inclusion. As conversations around the 2027 elections begin, questions around women's political participation remain urgent. Despite making up nearly half of Nigeria's population, women remain significantly underrepresented in leadership and elective office, facing barriers such as political violence, exclusion, limited funding, and cultural bias. While countries like Rwanda and South Africa continue to strengthen women's inclusion in politics, Nigeria still struggles with low female representation. And now this raises an important question. Can democracy truly be inclusive if women are excluded from the spaces where decisions are made? Now, joining us this evening is Honorable Tari Oba, PhD, former female presidential aspirant under the PDP, former gubernatorial and House of Representative aspirant, and executive director of the Tari Oba Foundation. Now, her political journey offers deep insight into the realities women face within Nigeria's political trajectory and its system, and what must change ahead of 2027. And here today on Gender Agenda, we also pause to condemn the recent abductions of students and teachers in parts of the country, including the attacks in Oyo and Borno State. These tragic incidents remind us that schools must remain safe spaces for learning and not for fear. We call on government, indeed, and security agencies to please intensify rescue, prioritize efforts, and strengthen protection for children and communities across Nigeria. And indeed, as we continue this important conversation on leadership, governance, inclusion, and security, one thing remains clear. The future of Nigeria depends on how well we protect and how well we'll empower its people, especially women and children. Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us.
My name is Tari Oba Oliver, and I am a Nigerian. I will tell you why. I was born in Lagos. My father is from Delta. My mother is from Bayelsa. My grandmom is from Oyo. My paternal grandmother from Benue State. My husband is from Imo State. And I am a Nigerian. I am here standing to tell you that the permanent solution to our problem is to give the power back to the local government. It is not a coincidence that we have representatives from the 774 local government right here as the delegates. It is the time to take the power back to the local government. If we have a security system that is based on the local government structure, Nigeria will be secured. If we have electricity at the local government level, Nigeria will have lights. And if we have technology where every community has access to internet, we will do well as a nation. So I am here to tell you, this is the time for the power to go back to the women in the community, to the youth. We have over 18 million out of school children. They need to be back in school. I have no money, silver and gold I have none, but I am standing here as Esther in the hand of Mordecai. It is in your hands, it is in your hands, it is in your hands to vote for me tonight and make history. Will you be part of history making as history will be made tonight? I count on you, my delegates. I count on you, my elders. Will you vote for a woman? Vote for me. Thank you and God bless you. My name is Tawi Oba Oliver and I am a Nigerian. I will tell you why. I was born in Lagos. My father is from Delta. My mother is from Bayelsa. My grandmom is from Oyo. My paternal grandmom, she's from Benue State. My husband is from Imo State. And I am a Nigerian. I am here standing to tell you that the permanent solution to our problem is to give the power back to the local government. It is not a coincidence that we have representatives from the 774 local government right here as the delegates. It is the time to take the power back to the local government. If we have a security system that is based on the local government structure, Nigeria will be secured. If we have electricity at the local government level, Nigeria will have lights. And if we have technology where every community has access to internet, we will do well as a nation. So I am here to tell you, this is the time for the power to go back to the women in the community, to the youth. We have over 18 million out of school children. They need to be back in school. I have no money, silver and gold I have none, but I am standing here as Esther. Well, thank you for staying with us. And there's our guest. Good evening, Honorable Tyrus. Good to have you.
Good evening, Adora.
Thank you.
Nice
Please
to
sit
be
down.
here.
Nice to see you. All right, so we saw you vituperating on the stage that day. You know, vote for me, take the power back to the local government. It's time for women to be given a chance. And we have seen you come out time and time again. First, you contested for governorship, and then you attempted presidency. You have done state assembly, you've done House of Rep. So you have gone through all the cadres when you talk about women running for office and trying to really, and you've served also as a technical advisor to the Bayelsa state government. So now, having contested at different levels of Nigeria's political system, from the presidency to the governorship to House of Rep, from your experience, how would you rate inclusiveness in political parties at this moment?
Dr. Dora, thank you for having me. And I would say that the journey doesn't stop, right? It's fierce, it's difficult, you need to keep trying. I remember when I first attempted to contest, this was our councillorship more than 20 years ago, we were all told to step down, step aside, wait for your turn. And I realized that the turn never comes. It never came. I mean, all of the people that at that time I was just about 18, I dared to run, and they said, okay, you're too young. But at that time, there were people that were about 30, 40, 50, and I'm talking to you now, they're still waiting. So the time never comes. You just need to fight. You need to fight for what you believe in, because I believe that Nigeria can actually be better. We can have a better country. I tell people all the time, this is not the way to be alive. I mean, this is not how to live. Children are living in fear, parents are living in fear, children are abducted, and the politicians are going about the business as if nothing has happened, as if it doesn't matter. Like, seriously, I doubt if we had female leaders in position, I do not think that they will address these issues just like this. So it means that the men really actually don't care. And when they say women should step aside, okay, we have stepped aside, we have left it for you guys. 27 years of democracy, we have not improved. Not one thing is better. Not even one thing. Even the protection of lives of properties, let's even assume that you're not doing anything economically to even improve the lives of citizens. What about security? I mean, money is not a problem. You guys are alive, you are not dead, so you cannot tell me the brains are not functioning. It's functioning. So what is happening? What is actually happening in this country? Today is the National Day of Mourning, prayers and cries and everything. So what? Women are praying, we are praying, so what else do we need to do?
So what do you think are the biggest political structural barriers for women in politics, whether it is at the political party level or at the administrative level?
You know, the barrier starts from the family, goes on to the community, goes on to the political, and every strata, there is a barrier for a woman. For instance, Nigerian women, when you're married, you are expected that you are domiciled in wherever your husband comes from or wherever you guys are settled. So that means you want to contest where you're located because it's easier for you to connect to the people. And most times they will tell you, oh, you're not from here. This is where your husband is from. Go back to your place. And by the time you go back to your place, they tell you, oh, you're married. You cannot contest here. Leave it for the sons of this land. So you find out that when the women are able to navigate the family background and the community acceptability of, okay, they even allow you to run, then you come to the political space. And right now, this very democracy and this very government has made it even worse. Because right now there's, okay, consensus. Consensus is kicking out all of the women. They are not even given a fair chance to even contest. A lot of my women are calling, they are asking them to step down. Step down for who? For people that migrated.
So you're saying that these primaries are a sham in itself?
It is, actually, to a large extent. To a large extent, because, and it is, I'm not going to say it's targeted at women. Most of what is happening now, the men themselves also did not plan it to be fair to them. Yes, because we've not had a democracy that has tried to cripple opposition like what we have today. So you can see that my party, the PDP, technically has broken into 5 political parties right now. We are still bonded together, but
which are?
I mean, we have PDP APM, we have PDP NDC, we have PDP, we have PDP ADC, and of course we have the other wing, which is the PDP APC. There are very, very few who believe that this government should continue. But the bulk of us believe that, no, they've not done anything that they deserve to continue. And so we must collaborate, and whatever platform, we even have PDP Accord, I forgot to mention that.
So that's 6?
Yes, right now. So, but ultimately, I believe that when it comes to the presidential, we're going to collaborate and come up with something that can challenge this sitting government.
We're hopeful for that collaboration.
Yes.
But as a woman who has navigated politics, your own personal experiences, the high stakes of politics, the negotiation, you know, the back-end conversation, I mean, what shaped your understanding, and what are the lessons that you can share, especially as women who are dabbling into politics for the first time, are getting the baptism of fire, you know, and they're like, what? I paid for my form, I went for screening, my name is not on the list, you know? So what are your experiences, and how does it shape the young woman who is out there trying to learn?
So I've spent the last 3 weeks counseling, crying with people, and appealing to them that welcome to the club, this is how it is. You know, in politics, you need to get used to failure. You need to get used to the system. You need to be strong. You just need to be strong, you know, because this is I mean, you find out that the leaders that were there when you were working, because you see, women do the bulk of the job. We do the mobilization, we do the sensitization. Now, it's time for voters awareness, and voters registration is ongoing. And we as women, we did all the grassroots work. Getting people, mobilizing people, creating the awareness that is important for you to vote, because you cannot give up and say, okay, because the system is bad, so therefore you're not going to vote. This is the only legal right you have to change the government. So we do all of that work, and at the end of the day, a man comes in, brings in some money, and the leader sits you down and say, you know what? Ada, you are a good daughter. You are our daughter. You know you are. We know you. Just calm down. Just wait. Just wait. And this is, I mean, this is what has been happening. But I tell the women, you know what? You can also not fight the leaders, because at some point, or at every point, you need them. And they are even kind enough in some instances to appeal to you. Some of them will just not even let you know what is happening. You will just come up and you find out that your name is not on the list. You find out that the location for the primaries have been changed. You find out that everything, but the fact that they are even decent enough to call your attention to say, you know what, you can't get this now.
Isn't that the important time for women to now renegotiate? Because what I often see is that when push comes to shove and women are asked to step down, they are often not prepared with a renegotiation plan on the table. So what can women begin to do? Because I see it in the boys' club. There is tit for tat. So how do we begin to look at that? And who speaks for the women in the spaces where we have godfathers?
Okay, so now we need the godmothers to start stepping up and taking their spaces and speaking for women. Because at the end of the day, most of the times when these negotiations are ongoing, it is the godfathers that actually just do what we do. They negotiate on your behalf. But now we don't have godmothers that can negotiate for us. And women are soft, you know, women are calm, women are not violent. Most of the men, they negotiate because they know what can come back to them. They understand that this person is not going to take this bullshit. This person can deal with them. That is the truth. So at the end of the day, they negotiate sometimes out of fear, not out of courtesy. But because they know that the women are not violent, women are peace-loving people, they just tell you, okay, don't worry, we're gonna come back to you. And most times, I tell people 24 hours in politics is a very long time. You may even begin a negotiation with somebody today, and tomorrow the person has been removed. And tomorrow you come, they tell you, oh, the person you negotiated with has decamped. So you have to start from the beginning. You have to start from the scratch. So what happens when you have negotiated with somebody in the morning, in the evening the person has decamped from the party? So there's no accountability, there's nobody to hold on to. Then you start from the scratch.
So where should INEC come into all of this? Because I remember that INEC had, passed or sort of realized a gender policy within its metrics. But people say it's not been domesticated, we're not seeing it come to fruition. Is there supposed to be some level of compliance mechanisms from people like INEC, from the legislature? What can we do to hold parties accountable on inclusion?
Yes, on inclusion, because there's this 35% affirmative action that has not been implemented. It's implemented on the papers, but practically is not working. So if there's a way that it can become a law so that parties are held responsible, that 35% of your positions must go to women across all boards.
So that's outside the reserve seats demand?
Outside the reserve seats. Outside the reserve seats, actually. Because if that is done, if it becomes a law, then we know that women are good. And at the same time, because of the level of violence in politics, in my state, for instance, in Bayelsa, there was a time my former governor, the now leader of the NDC, attempted to bring in 6 women into the State House of Assembly. What happened? There was so much violence, shooting and everything that more than half of those women lost their seats and the party lost. So now you see parties...
So violence is
a major instrument.
Cause,
it's a major instrument because it's not that the men don't want to bring in women. It's not like they don't know that women have something to bring to the table. No, that's not the conversation. They are afraid of losing because women, I mean, a governor or anybody that is the godfather is not going to come and fight your election for you. And women, I mean, when I was contesting for State House of Assembly, some guys came to me and said, I should buy groundnuts. And I actually innocently bought groundnuts. They said, no, Mama, this is not what they are talking about. I said, what are you talking about? They said, talking about bullets. I'm like, you want to kill people? They said, you want to kill them, you win. So this is the reality, and women cannot.
So you should arm them to protect you.
Exactly. Women cannot deal with all this kind of things. So they say, well, if you are doing good girls, you will not win election. And just truly, the way they said it, that was what happened. So you see, there are so many undiscussed issues in politics that is not out there, but it's internally there. Violence is a major factor. And women are, you know,
and not
women
just
are not,
finance.
yes, women are, yes, finance, yes. But you know, even if you have the money, you're not going to go buy weapons with them. You know, you look at the case of Iweti just recently. Somebody that is a sitting senator.
Even the primaries in Ekiti State?
Exactly. So there are so many cases to mention. Yes, we know that women need more money. If there are policies in place to fund women, then we know that, okay, that aspect is taken care of. But you see, the aspect of violence is a constitutional matter. It's something that the government has to deal with. You will not leave that for INEC, you will not leave that for political parties. Because if we are in a country where people can get away with violence, no accountability, people are not held to account of what they do, then they will continue. It's not like they can, they will continue.
So there's this, you know, perhaps will I say fear, even the third-person narrative fear, and I call it passed-on trauma, where you hear young women who say, oh, I want to run, but my family says no, it's dangerous. Oh, I want to run, but they say, are you tough enough? Oh, I want to run, you want to go and join politicians, it will masculinize you. What will be the advice that you would want to give a Nigerian young woman who wants to go into elections, the political environment in 2020?
So what I always tell people is that the country of our dreams, what we want, the Nigeria we want to see, we are the ones that will fix it. Nobody is coming to save you. We're going to fix it by ourselves. And you cannot fix it through fear. You cannot fix it through chickening out of the system. Because look at the children that were kidnapped. Were they contesting for election? The women that have been brutalized, were they contesting for election? So if you are in a system that is not working, if you like, hide under your bed. If you like, come to the war front. You're going to, if the bullet is going to meet you, it's going to meet you. And a lot of people come here like, are you not afraid? You're a young woman, you've been in this space. I'm like, I better die.
Since you were 16, I reckon.
18. Since I was 18, I'd rather die doing something than fold my hands and do nothing. I watch the country that I love, the country of my dreams, what I want to see for my children. I'm afraid for our little girls. I'm afraid for our children. We have over 20 million out-of-school children. The government is not doing anything. We have a very high percent. We are second largest in the world. Children with stunted growth. Children are not feeding well. What are we talking about? So every young woman, I believe that to rescue this country is in your hands. You cannot do that by being afraid. After all, who's alive in Nigeria right now? It's just how to be alive.
So just as we let you go, because I see the passion, and one would say it's easier said than done. But talking about it and saying it is the first process, so we must commend you. But what would be if you wanted to redesign the Nigeria of your dreams, I've heard you say a few things, or redesign the Nigerian political party systems, what would be your first major 3 advice and changes that you would want to see them make?
You know, when I contested the last time, I had the set agenda. And I still have that in my mind, and I believe that that is the way to go. If you fix security, you fix electricity, and you deploy technology, I'm sure we're good to go. You see, we talk about, okay, the healthcare sector, education. You cannot project how much you need in education, in healthcare, in all these sectors without technology. So the government should stop acting blind and actually step up to that responsibility. That is all I have to say. And I believe that Nigeria needs the United States of Nigeria, where every state can be independent and contribute something, not having Bambialas come to Abuja to collect money like they are helpless.
I wonder who the Bambialas are. But first, are you contesting again in 2027?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yes.
And are we going to see a female president eventually?
By the grace of God.
All right. We wish you all the best, and we are rooting for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we've been joined by, of course, Honorable Tari Oba, PhD, and she was a former female presidential aspirant under the PDP and former gubernatorial and House of Rep, State Assembly, councillorship. You name it, she's been across all the ecosystems of electioneering. And we want to say thank you and all the best ahead. And that United States of Nigeria that you have in mind, I'm sure a lot of Nigerians echo it as well. All the best. But that's so much I can take today on Gender Agenda. And like she said, the PDP now has 6 factions of PDP. Whichever one will emerge at the presidential, we will yet to know, and perhaps it will be hers that we will be rooting for. But in the meantime, see you again next week. And please, let's stop the violence against women of any kind. Women are the burden bearers of crisis, of terrorism, and at the same time, we try as much as possible not to make them look like they are not part of a system that when their capacity and numbers speak much of the volume and not on the policy table. Women deserve to be on the table. And again, I say again, pass the reserve seats for women's bill now. My name is Adora Sidney Jack. See you again next week.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere.
I want to share a story around the Recycle Spay educational project. This project started far back, I think 2018 December, and it came out of the desire to provide solution to children that are out of school in terms of trying to find an alternative for us to ensure that they stay in school to learn.
As the saying goes, education is the best legacy. It is the desire of every parent to give quality and acceptable education to their words. However, the inequality of life and the systemic poverty level in our society have made it difficult for some to pay their words school fees.
The Recycle Spay educational project came out of the desire to provide solution, out of the desire to meet a need.
The reason schools have encouraged and engaged the underprivileged in collection of plastic waste in exchange for fees.
We will collect it from school, and the fund that is equivalent to that recyclables we will pay it to the school. And for example, if my school fees is 5,000 per term, and I am able to bring recyclables that is worth like maybe that 1,000 per term for the first maybe donation or turnover, we will take those bottles and we deduct the 1,000 from the 5,000 that is meant for the school fees of that particular child. So it comes down to 4. So they keep doing that over and over and over until eventually they knock off the entire school fees for that term.
Our crew caught up with Mrs. Emen Adiola, a principal of one of the schools that keyed into this waste collection vision and its translation to school fees.
We know that recycling is all about taking dirt out of our environment. So to help our school not to litter the bottles around, that's why we decided to keep the bottles in a place to recycle. Then our own base of value is the monetary aspect. So we are doing it as a school, just to help get some things for the school with the money that we are making from the recycling. So we are not just doing it for getting our money instantly, but our money is, they call it monetary value. So we keep it. I think for now we are up to above 5,000, so I'm sure it will still keep counting. Not touching the money for now. We are looking at getting, most especially, laptops for our students.
How do the parents feel about the mode of payment of their wards' school fees?
You don't help my family, most especially one of my sons graduate from UNID secondary school. Wow. Then I still can't get small and we say, nah, they are seasonal.
Since I was born, in fact, I have never seen this kind of program in my life. Even in my own days, it's not like that. If it is like that, most of the people who do not participate in education, maybe with this or that, they can be able to participate. They can be able to go to school because of some people don't go to school because of money.
It should be noted here that waste collection has been a regular trade for some, as stated by Sefiu Saminu, a truck pusher from Katsina.
For it's almost 2 days to pack it because they are follow inside the area. Some then enter inside quarter. Some if people they read minerals, if they throw it, they follow and pick it one by one. Some of them, they are a student because they don't have school fees. If they come Lagos and supply this one, they will gather the money and go back to pay some school fees because some of them, they don't have a father or seniors brother where they go assist them about the school. So especially like me, I am fucking it. I don't have a person who can assist me to pay my school fees. Some, if we get holiday, I am coming in Lagos and do this like this work or to carry car or I will follow a simple road to get to see money, but I can't tip person something. I can't do any bad. I will show my sweat to go back and pay my school fees.
The whole idea is to create wealth from waste, keep the environment clean, and also creating a means of livelihood for the
Hello and thanks for joining me on today's edition of Global Matters. I am Shola Jaisemin. Today commemorates the 27th anniversary of Nigeria's return to civil democratic rule. Few will remember that Saturday morning when the military junta led by General Abdul Salami Abubakar handed over power to Olusegun Obasanjo. Some countries had kept Nigeria at arm's length due to the prolonged years of military rule prior. In fact, the Commonwealth had suspended Nigeria in 1995-96 for not directly being under a military rule, so to say, but for the Abacha regime's execution of some environmentalists, Ken Saro-Wiwa and co. Bilateral and multilateral doors have been opened 25 years since the restoration of democracy.
The third year centered on practical issues and bringing external engagements towards domestic realities, domestic advantage. And
that's the Senior Special Assistant to President Tinubu on how the current administration has fared diplomatically since it came on board 3 years ago. I had that chat with Mr. Oshodi, and the issues of non-appointment ambassadors by Tinubu for 2.5 years, the treatment of Nigerians abroad, and Nigeria's standing at a time of global realignments were part of the talking points. We'll get to the interview in the course of the program, but first let's touch on some global issues. United States Vice President J.D. Vance said Washington and Tehran are close to finalizing a deal to extend the Middle East ceasefire, though President Trump, he says, has yet to sign off. Vance said negotiations are still resolving around issues, but significant progress has been made.
We're going back and forth on a couple of language points. I do think that we've made a lot of progress here. It's very clear that I think the Iranians, they want a deal, and they want to open the Straits of Hormuz. We want them to open the Straits of Hormuz. There are a couple of issues on the nuclear stuff, the highly enriched stockpile, and also the question of enrichment. So, we're going back and forth with them. We do think they're negotiating, at least so far, in good faith, and we're making some progress. Hopefully, we'll continue to make progress. The president will be in a position where he can endorse the agreement, but obviously, that's still TBD. Well, these ceasefires are always a little messy, and sometimes the guys at the lower level aren't communicating with the guys at the top level. Sometimes people make mistakes, but even when the ceasefire is holding, as we've seen, not just in Iran, but all over the world, sometimes these things have little flare-ups. I think to enforce the ceasefire, to defend ourselves when fired upon, the president's been very clear that if we're fired upon, we're going to fire back. But if you compare the conflict now to where it was 5-6 weeks ago, I think the president's ceasefire is very much holding.
Meanwhile, it's all calm in Iran, which marked the Eid al-Kabir, with citizens trying to move away from the uneasy calm that has been experienced in that country. There you have them on your screen, remembering their late leader, and of course, standing patriotic to the issues with which their country is faced. Iran has said the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until those negotiations are finally sorted. Earlier on Thursday, U.S. officials had said that the two countries had agreed a framework of a deal known as the Memorandum of Understanding pending the approval of President Trump and the Iranian leadership. Now, according to reports, the framework could allow unrestricted passage through the Strait of Hormuz and give Iran 30 days to remove mines from the narrow shipping pathway. And the U.S. will lift its blockade and issue sanction waivers to allow Iran to resume selling oil. So that's part of the things we have, because let's not forget that 1/5 of the world's liquefied natural gas and oil normally pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and its closure has really impacted, global fuel trade. Our president also said that so many things are affected by what is happening in Iran. So the waiting game continues with regards to the deal expected between the U.S. and Iran on this war. It's in its 8th month now. Yes, they made it the 8th month, rather the 3rd month. And let's not forget there's another war, that between Ukraine and Russia. We know about the situation in Sudan and the war in the Middle East. Israel seemingly just going all out against the Lebanese. He said he's pursuing Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon, but it has occupied swaths of territory in southern Lebanon. Now, to the chat I had with Mr. Demola Oshodi, President Tinubu's Senior Special Assistant on Foreign Affairs. I began by asking Mr. Oshodi whether his boss had lifted Nigeria's profile out there in the last 3 years as the occupant of the Aso Rock.
The 3rd year centered on practical issues and bringing external engagements towards domestic realities, domestic advantage. And that's what we've seen as the things we should celebrate in the 3rd year of the president's tenure in government. Everybody wants to hear about America, wants to hear about UK, and who is the United Nations Nigerian ambassador. There are many career ambassadors that have been sent, and they've resumed work. The last few days, I spoke with an ambassador in Oslo. He's in charge of the Nordic countries of Sweden, Norway, and also Finland. He's right on seat, and he's taking governance accreditation. The media focuses on the shiny, bright ones that everybody can relate to, America, UK, UN, whatever, France. I assure you, if you do your findings well, a lot of the heads, missions, ambassadors, and foreign missions, high commissioners have already taken seat, and many of them have gotten their accreditation in most of the countries they've been sent to. We should not focus on the 3 or 4 people that Nigerians or countries Nigerians go to for either studies or residency or for any other reason. They are far more or less, I would say, sexy countries that Nigerian ambassadors and high commissioners have been sent to and have resumed work. Demography is obviously the youth population and the culture in which they promote and exhibit, whether it's in music, whether it's in arts, whether it's in sports, and also, of course, in Nollywood. I think that's where it focuses on. And also Nigeria's booming youth populations. One of the fastest growing populated countries in the world. Nigeria will be probably top 3, top 4 in the next 25 years or so. So demography is a big aspect of the focus of the government. The government is to ensure there's things in place for the booming youthful population, employment for them, opportunities for them, whether in the creative industry, whether in employment, whether in a formal employment, or whether they decide to go back to school or being engaged in other, constructive aspects of the society. But the young population, I think Nigeria's average population is between 18 to 19 years old. It has to be a factor, and the government has recognized this and ensure that there's a focus on that. It's an ongoing process. They obviously need to ensure that documentation is there, whether it's a passport valid or expired. They need to ensure they put things in place while they leave. So some of them have property, some of them have businesses, some of them have family, some of them maybe have changed their mind. So all this is in place to ensure that all these things have to be in place to ensure that when they depart, they have all the right means and everything to leave the country. Some of them have spent well over 20 years in South Africa. All this has to be looked into and respected. I can assure you the Diaspora Commission is looking into all that and has a list of Nigerians that desire to return back home. There's even more. We suspect there's even more Nigerians that will take on that opportunity to return back home. But there's legal reasons. South Africa also has to check on the people leaving, whether some reason there's a legal impediment of their, whether there's outstanding issues regarding them. So it's not just a quick grab and take out. There's a process which the government of Nigeria has to respect, South Africa's legal requirements, and also the people that do want to leave, ensure that all the things are put in place before they depart the country they've known for some of them many decades. As much as we want our citizens' rights to be respected, their life to be protected also, we need to ensure that the overall good of both countries are not just thrown away. So as they say, don't throw the baby away with the water. This is an ongoing, repeated issue with xenophobia in South Africa. Nigeria stands ready to fight for the rights of its people. We're not going to allow, I can assure you the Nigerian government is not going to allow our citizens to be dehumanized in South Africa. So in the same regard, we need to ensure that there are also all the benefits that in that relationship. We're not just going to cancel everything right away. We will take procedural measures. We will take measured incremental steps to express our grievances and to hold the South African government to book. It's very important that we understand how much both countries have evolved since the end of apartheid. Nigeria has a very, very strong relationship. There's even this biannual conference with Nigeria and South Africa that both heads of state meet up on a regular basis and meet and talk about issues of trade and immigration and whatever concerns them. I think it's a
Binational Commission.
Binational Commission. Sorry, thank you very much. So it's very important. Ghana doesn't have that. Ghana is a very small economy. Ghana doesn't have interests that it has to protect and ensure that all the issues are brought into play. Nigeria has that, and we have to be very sensitive about that. But also prioritizing the lives and property. I will emphasize prioritizing the life and property of our citizens in South Africa. Nigeria takes a strong leadership role in the African Union. We're head of the political desk in the African Union in Addis Ababa. We have a very able ambassador there. Nigeria's position, especially with the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, takes a very practical approach. we want issues that would help the reforms of the government. We moved away from the idealistic freedom fighting, ensuring that Black Africa is respected and countries are liberated. All African countries are politically liberated. They may not be economically, but they're politically liberated. So we've done our bit. We have the medals to show for it. Now, to ensure that the reforms that we have, domestic reforms, are in many ways supported by our external engagements. We need loans. We need security support. With the Sahel is going through its massive security challenges. There's insurgents and bandits going across the border. We used to have pirates on the coast of Nigeria. Now that has been decimated. We no longer have that threat. We have countries in West Africa that have left ECOWAS and are fighting, insurgents. We have military coups, even attempted military coups in Benin Republic. Nigeria needs to ensure its borders are secure, and it needs to ensure it's a very secure, stable place to trade with its neighbors. Trade will bring employment and will bring more economic prosperity to the country. That is the meat, the bread, the meats that we seek in Africa, not just in Africa, but even in West Africa also. So we're taking that steps and we're quite successful, I believe, towards that. We need to support the reforms that are put in place. Those reforms are the priority. External affairs is to support internal affairs, if I should say. So the president has pushed things on the ports, our infrastructure on the ports, food production, citizen mobility, protection of citizens in foreign countries, power issues in Nigeria, trade, and of course, security, ensuring that we have partners either with Americans or the Turks, Turkey, or French, or any country that can give us that kind of support, intelligence and arms. So it's very practical, and we have seen tremendous support. The Americans are dealing with the insurgents, with our assistance, with our collaboration. The British are giving us facilities to revamp and fix our ports in Lagos. We have the issues of power with Siemens. The German government is also in partnership with that and ensuring that we fix our power infrastructure. And we also have issues around food production. Brazil is giving us a $2 billion facility for agricultural issues, technology and tractors, things like that. So we want to make a success of our domestic reforms, and that's where the foreign affairs comes in. It's centered. So it's centered on moving Nigerians from the external engagement towards a domestic delivery. That's really where it's at with the foreign affairs. Mr. Jaisime, the one word the president should is focusing on, and should focus, I think, more on is security. We need to be able to have a strong hold of our security. We have external forces that are coming into our country, running from border to border, the Boko Haram bandits. We have, our security forces that need support, our intelligence forces, intelligence agencies that need support. So we have the Americans, we have the Turkey, we have the Brits, we have French, we even have Israel. Collaborating and supporting. So everything, a lot of the focus must be on security. And once we secure our borders, once we secure even within our borders, it gives opportunity for people to have a more prosperous and good well-being. They can go back to the farms, they can go to school, they can move around with ease, and we can have investors coming into other parts of the country beyond places that are safe. So that is the first priority of any government, which is security. That's, I think, when the president fully resolves that matter with citizens of foreign countries and partners, we will have a more successful, I believe, fourth administration. So it's obviously a lot of these security challenges is political. The rumors that the election factor brings it in, and just ethnic issues, there's climate change, all this have to be looked into and kind of bringing in a very kinetic approach to dealing with that also. But security is the biggest emphasis, and that's where I think the success of this administration will lie on.
Mr. Demola Oshodi, President Bola Tinubu's Senior Special Assistant on Foreign Affairs and Protocol. So we'll definitely be examining what the administration is doing on the foreign scene, its international philosophy, its diplomacy, and the kind of networks and connections that it's making bilaterally and multilaterally. That's what we'll keep doing on this program. The fourth year of the administration starts right now. So we'll check up, we'll look up, we'll ask those in authority the questions with regards to foreign policy. Before we go, the issue around xenophobia in South Africa. Nigeria promised, Mr. Demola Oshodi alluded to it, that look, Nigeria is trying to ensure that it makes its, it does what it needs to do to get its citizens back. But Ghana has already done the needful. Ghana said we're bringing our citizens back from Wednesday, that's 2 days ago. And indeed, it began the evacuation of its citizens from South Africa. It says it has over 100 nationals who have decided that they want to come back home to Ghana. And they were received at the airport by Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Abakwa. Let's play this clip courtesy of my friends in Ghana, Joy TV News.
Today's welcome ceremony is fully packed. You are going to receive psychosocial support. We have psychologists, we have medical doctors, we have nurses here to take care of you. That is not all. President Mahama says that all of you should be given 2 special allowances. One for your transportation. So there will be a transportation allowance to wherever you live, wherever your homes are, whoever you are going to connect with.
Samuel Ablakwade, the Foreign Affairs Minister of Ghana, assuring the nationals who have been brought back from South Africa, the first batch, I would say, that the authorities in Accra are favorably disposed to ensuring that their return is not something that they will regret. So we're looking at Ghana, and we're encouraging the Nigerian authorities as well. The first early part of this month, the authorities said that we're going to get them out. Mr. Oshodi has said there's a lot to getting Nigerians out. What lot can it be than to just ensure you get a plane there and get them out? We know we don't have an airline, but we have carriers which belong to private companies. And not a few of them have ensured that when we have issues like this, that Nigerians are brought back. So the expectation is that Nigerians in South Africa who want to leave South Africa are provided and given the opportunity to leave South Africa. That's the diaspora aspect of the foreign policy thrust of the Tinubu administration. So, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Presidency, Nigerians Diaspora Commission, team up, close the space, and ensure the Nigerians who are in South Africa. And from the reports I have, not of them have faced lots of interesting things. And on this program, for 3 straight editions, we looked at the issue in South Africa. And we just told ourselves the truth about the whole thing, that South Africa needs to do a lot more to preserve foreign nationals in that country. That smile between President Ramaphosa and President Tinubu, we want others to have the same smile. It's something that we call it a wrap on today's edition of Global Matters. The program will come to you next month, of course, by next week, Friday, another month. I thank you for watching. Do have a lovely weekend. I'm Shola Jaisimi. Bye for now.
Marijuana is a psychoactive drug from the cannabis family, which primarily serves medical purposes. It comes in green, brown, or gray color. Affordable and available in every part of our society, although its possession and consumption is illegal. Marijuana is gotten from dried flowers, leaves, stems, and seeds of the cannabis plant, and is one of the mostly and widely abused drugs, and probably the most easily accessible in the world despite its illegality. In our local parlance, some call it ganja, grass, hemp, weed, gangster, while others call it eja, igbo, broom, ewe.
It's marijuana. We call it igbo for Yoruba land. You call it sensimilla, you can call it marijuana.
This one they will call smoke or eja.
This confirmed taba. It's very easy to get. It's cultivated here. That's why we no longer call it Indian hemp. We call it cannabis sativa.
In Nigeria, its production and use is criminalized by local laws, yet it is one of the illicit drugs produced domestically. The reason it is secretly sold and used. Some wrap and conceal it in small pieces of paper to smoke.
Marijuana, Igbo, cannabis, or skunk, they're giving it so many names. It's actually illegal in Nigeria. The first thing to say is to let Nigerians know that if you do smoke any of these substances, you're actually engaging yourself in an illegal act. There are laws in the land that specified clearly, the penalty for smoking, which is about 25 years, the penalty for growing, which could be as high as even life imprisonment.
The fact that you still have the prevalence of marijuana, the availability, the accessibility of this mind-altering herb everywhere, despite the fact that government is talking about, arresting those who either grew them or use them, is indicative of a failure itself. It means something is wrong somewhere.
Government cannot be everywhere. It is we that can help ourselves. They are doing their best.
The side effects are numerous. They include addiction, decreased mental ability, behavioral problems, chronic coughing, red eye, dry mouth, and exposure to respiratory problems. What are the implications of these hazards on the future of the Nigerian youth?
As long as you are taking it over a period of time, you become chronically mentally unstable. That chronic psychosis now comes in, what you call schizophrenia. Then you now become a liability, both to yourself and to the society. Liability in what way? Of course, by the time you become easily aggressive, we see that in our youth nowadays. By the time you become aggressive, of course you might have to harm one or two people. And of course, because you are taking this thing, you have to have money. If you don't see money, because even you see that the people who are taking it are the youth who probably has no job, then pilfering starts, stealing starts, and all sorts of social vices.
A smoker, I will feel fine, work fine. But some people smoker, you feel ugly, you cannot work, they go die.
Despite the known side effects, why is the abuse still on the increase among youths?
They believe that the thing really doesn't harm them. They take it, they think they are much better than what they are before, which is to the contrary. When I take it, I feel good, I feel all right, because when I take it, even though I'm not before, when I take it, I will just calm myself down.
They make me think well. Maybe say the thing go do bad thing or the thing we no good, but they make me walk well.
When they take it, of course, they are euphoric, they become euphoric, but it might give them anxiety and all those things. Because they give them they are euphoric, they will want to take more. And at the end of the day, they become addicted to it.
Statistics have shown that Nigeria is ranked as one of the highest consumer of marijuana, in spite of the stringent laws put in place against offenders.
It is very, very common in this country. And unless the mechanisms are put in place to check all of these loopholes, we'll still be left with that feeling of frustration.
We advise them not to be taking this thing, and at the end of the day, they will see that they will become more useful than when they were taking it.
Be that as it may, all hands must be on deck to checkmate this abuse and its addiction. A stitch in time.
European Union and NATO criticized Russia after drone crashes into apartments in Romania, injuring 2. UK government charges man for assisting foreign intelligence service linked to Iran. Record-breaking heat and dry spring leaves parts of England without water. This is the World News on AIT. I am Shola Jaisimi, and you're welcome. The European Union and NATO have criticized Russia after one of its drones crashed into an apartment block in Romania, injuring 2 people. Romanian officials said the incident occurred during Russian attacks on Ukraine and described it as the most serious impact on Russian territory since the war began in 2022. No deaths were reported, and Moscow has not commented. NATO's Secretary General warned that Russia's actions pose a danger to their lands, while the European Union said that it would increase pressure on Moscow. Romania, which borders Ukraine and is a NATO member, has been hit by stray drones before, raising fresh concerns about the alliance's ability to defend its territory. Russia has warned against uncontrolled escalation in the Black Sea after a drone attack on Thursday night hit a Turkish cargo ship. The Turkish Foreign Ministry urged all parties to avoid actions that could worsen the conflict, but did not name a suspect. Ukraine's Navy earlier said a Russian drone struck the vessel, causing the fire. The bulk carrier had departed from Ukraine's Odessa region bound for Turkey, and the authorities reported that 3 cargo ships were targeted by drones off the country's northern coast without causing casualties. The ministry said it had conveyed its concerns to the parties involved about risks to the region and potential repercussions for Turkey. Now, a federal judge has temporarily blocked the Trump administration from making payouts through a $1.7 billion settlement fund created for allies who claimed they were targeted by a weaponized government. United States District Judge Leonie Brinkema in Alexandria also stopped the government from moving forward with the fund's creation while litigation continues. A hearing is set for June the 12th to decide whether to extend the order blocking disbursements. The fund was established to resolve Trump's lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service over the leak of his tax returns. No money has been paid out and no claims have been accepted, as the 5-member commission to set payout criteria has not been formed. The fund sparked backlash from both sides of the aisle, with concerns raised over eligibility, including possible compensation for the June the 6th rioters. Democracy Forward is seeking a court order to halt implementation, arguing there is no legal basis for accountability. A Greek national charged in the UK over alleged Iran-linked intelligence activity. Now, that British counterterrorism police charged the 40-year-old Greek national, Ioannis Aidendinis, with assisting a foreign intelligence service believed to be linked to Iran. The man who lives in Munich, Germany, was arrested on the 16th of May and faces charges under the UK's National Security Act for alleged involvement in targeting a journalist at London-based Iranian television critical of Tehran. He is scheduled to appear at a Westminster Magistrate Court on Friday. The police said they do not believe there is a wider threat to the public, but acknowledge concerns amongst Persian language media workers in the UK. The authorities said they are working with affected organizations and individuals to provide safety and security advice. The European Commission has agreed to unlock billions of euros in previously frozen recovery and cohesion funds for Hungary, citing progress on reforms under the new government. The Commission's President, Ursula von der Leyen, said the EU will release 10 billion euros from the Recovery Fund and 4.2 billion euros in cohesion funds following meetings with Prime Minister Peter Magyar. An additional 2.2 billion euros in cohesion funds will be made available once Budapest completes further steps. The funds have been withheld over rule of law concerns during the previous administration of Viktor Orban. 5 helicopters have arrived near the landing site of the Shenzhou 22 spaceship for the search and retrieval mission of the Shenzhou 21 astronauts. The spaceship undocked from the space station combination at 14:44 GMT, Friday, Beijing time, to send the Shenzhou 21 astronauts, Zhang Li, Wenwu, and Zhang Genxiang back to Earth, according to the China-managed Space Agency. The spaceship is scheduled to return to the Dongfeng landing site in North China's Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region later. The 5 helicopters, one from command, one for communication, and another for medical supervision and rescue, and 2 for medical rescue, will take care of the astronauts, while a ground team will retrieve the return capsule. Each helicopter has 2 crew commanders, and nearly 80% of air team have been carried in search and retrieval missions before now. That's according to the commander of the team, Jiang Zhuangjun. 8 years after taking power, on a pledge to clean up politics, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez is under growing pressure as corruption investigations pile up around his Socialist Party and his family. Although Sanchez has not been named in the cases and has called them a political campaign, the probes have weakened his domestic standing and drawn criticism from allies, even as he maintains support abroad. The cases have revived scrutiny of long-standing patronage practices in Spanish politics, with opposition leader Alberto Fijó mocking the number of investigations by noting confusion over which case prompted the recent police search of the headquarters of the Sanchez's party. He has not immediately responded to requests for comment. Thousands of households in southeast England were left without water or with low pressure this week as a record-breaking heat wave and dry spring exposed weaknesses in Britain's aging water infrastructure. At the peak of the disruption, over 20,000 people were affected, including around 8,000 in the coastal town of Whitstable, where residents queued for emergency supplies. High demand driven by the heat wave combined with below-average rainfall in March and April strained reservoirs and distribution networks in that town. Many businesses were forced to close during a busy school holiday period. Local frustration has grown over underinvestment in water networks by privatized companies, with residents calling for accountability rather than explanations linked to climate or usage. Now, Greenland's champion of independence, that's Aqua Leng, has undergone a radical conversion. Half a century ago, the UNIT activist and poet co-founded one of the island's biggest pro-democracy parties, urging fellow Greenlanders to break away from Denmark, which he denounced as an exploitative colonial overlord. Now, however, Greenland faces what he sees as a far graver threat: the US President Donald Trump, who has repeatedly demanded control of the giant Arctic island, citing national security as a result. Leng told Reuters he now believes his homeland must forever remain part of the realm of Denmark, which he views as its protector from American aggression. The World Health Organization, the WHO's head, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, arrived in Kinshasa on Thursday night as the Democratic Republic of Congo battles its 17th Ebola outbreak. The WHO confirmed on Friday that a patient had recovered and been discharged after 2 negative tests, marking the first recovery since the outbreak was declared on the 15th of May. The African CDC reported at least over 1,000 suspected cases and 246 deaths as of Thursday, though the WHO warns the true spread is likely wider due to limited testing. The virus has reached 3 DRC provinces and neighboring Uganda, where 7 cases and 1 death have been recorded. Health Minister Samuel Roger Kamba said 105 people are in treatment centers and cautioned against alarmism, saying the epidemic is not out of control. The WHO was due to visit Ituri province with the outbreak's epicenter on Saturday. Let's take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have more for you on the World News.
It's Now Break Online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
You're welcome back to the AIT World News. China has recorded relatively high temperatures in May and its highest national average precipitation for the month in the past decade. That's according to that country's meteorological administration. In May, the national average temperature was 16.9 degrees Celsius, which was 0.6 degrees Celsius lower than the average for the same period in normal years. That's according to the China Meteorological Agency. Except for slightly lower temperatures in the southern part of the southwest China and the central part of the Zhejiang Plateau, temperatures in most other parts of the country were close or more than 0.5 degrees Celsius higher than the same period in normal years. Shanghai's average temperature was the highest on record for the same period, and the average temperature of northeast China's Jiangling province was the second highest on record for the same period. In May, the national average precipitation was 70.9 milliliters, which was 16.3% higher than the average for the same period in normal years, marking the highest level for the month in the past decade. In addition, 2 dust storms affected China, slightly fewer than the average 2.5 sandstorms for May in normal years. Sandstorms occur in places such as northwest China's Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, North China's Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, and the northwest China's Zhejiang Province. A valley in southwest China's Yunnan province has become a stage for a breathtaking natural spectacle as tens of thousands of butterflies rise and dance in the breeze. Located in the Jiangxuan County, Dalibai Autonomous Prefecture in Yunnan, the, quote, Butterflies Valley has several kilometers of forest along the Sichai River, where black-veined white butterflies, as you can see on your screen there, gather to absorb moisture from damp soil and to feed on nectar from flowers. A massive swarm of butterflies has not caused any damage to forest trees and nearby crops such as corn, according to local authorities. Now to tourism, and this time in Cuba, which has been hard hit by the tightening United States embargo, as fuel shortages and cancelled flights have driven tourist numbers to their lowest in years. Old Havana's historic center, once packed with visitors, is now nearly empty.
Thousands used to walk its streets every day. Today, the scene is bleak. Workers and their families are struggling. Andrew Lubien Perez, a photographer who spent nearly a decade taking pictures of tourists, now barely touches his camera. According to Cuba's National Statistics Office, the country received 48% fewer tourists in the first 3 months of 2026. Only 298,000 visitors arrived on the island, compared with more than 500,000 during the same period the previous year. Chief Ivan Rodriguez is also feeling the impact. His restaurant, which once served hundreds of dinners, is now struggling to keep its doors open after massive tourist cancellations and power blackouts that began in mid-January. This U.S. embargo and sanctions policy has now lasted more than 60 years. Cubans condemn it because it is a constant threat and an injustice against the sovereignty of an entire people. It impacts not only the economy but society as a whole. Despite the impact of the U.S. embargo on Cuba's economy, the Cuban people reinvent themselves every day to get by. Not even the longest blockade in history has dimmed their light. Cubans have the same hospitality in welcoming the world with open arms.
Okay, let's come home now to Nigeria and to the FCT, where issues around tourism with the Federal Capital Territory Administration warning owners of event centers, hotels, and other public facilities against allowing their premises to be used by illegal organizations. The administration emphasized that land allocations within the Federal Capital Territory are strictly for lawful purposes, noting that any violation of this directive could attract severe consequences, including the revocation of the titles of such properties, hotels, and recreation centers. This according to a statement released by Larry Olayinka, who is the Senior Special Assistant on Public Communication and Social Media to the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike. He said the move is part of efforts to strengthen security and safeguard lives and property in the nation's capital. He disclosed that the use of event centers and public buildings will now be closely monitored to ensure they are not exploited for the gatherings, capable of, in his words, disturbing the public peace. The FCTA further asks facility owners to thoroughly verify the legitimacy of organizations seeking to use their such spaces, especially during the political season. That statement says that operators must ensure they engage only with leadership recognized by the Independent National Electoral Commission when dealing with political parties, while also maintaining proper transaction records. Now let's bring you some more other content that we have, and this time it's sports, where organizers of the 11th edition of the World Athletics Gold Label Okpekpe International 10-kilometer road race have assured athletes, officials, tourists, and residents of maximum security and world-class experience ahead of Saturday's event in Edo State. AIT's crew is already on ground in Okpekpe community, making all the arrangements for AIT to bring this event to the viewers.
The quiet hills of Okpekpe are once again coming alive with excitement as final preparations intensify for the 11th World Athletics Gold Label Okpekpe 10-kilometer road race. Now, preparations for the 11th Okpekpe 10-kilometer road race is in its final stages. As you can see, the media crew for the outside broadcast is right here on ground in Okpekpe. The starting line is right here. We are over 50 athletes, some of them elite athletes from around the world who converge for the 11th Okpekpe 10-kilometer road race. For Africa Independent Television, AIT, preparations are equally in top gear. Technical teams, outside broadcast engineers, camera operators, producers, and logistics personnel are already on ground to ensure a seamless live coverage of the international acclaimed event.
Just like we experienced 2 years ago, we are fully prepared. For sure, we are prepared if at all the weather will not be that so conducive for us. All our equipment have been well prepared to work continuously and a very good readiness to take up on the job, even while the weather will not be so favorable to us. If you are talking about the rain, we have the rain covers, and all our cameramans and personnel have all been trained on the best thing, the best way to handle it.
Security agencies, including the Police Civil Defense Corps, road safety officials, and local vigilante groups have been strategically deployed across the community and race corridors to guarantee a peaceful and incident-free competition.
Where by the grace of Almighty Allah, after soldiers, police, DSS, MOPO with civil defense, they can come up. Then we do the work together, sir.
Medical response team and emergency service providers, while traffic management measures have been put in place to ensure a smooth movement for residents and visitors.
Well, it's not recognized the world map because of this race. So I have to commend the organizer, based on Maki Temwangbo, that brought it Okubaris.
Beyond athletics, the race is already generating a significant economic activity within Okwekwe and neighboring communities.
If they do the race every time, so are they happy? Are they make money for the Okwekwe race? May they continue to do the race? I'm very happy.
And after a hard-day job preparing for the event, AIT crew cooled off in the swimming pool. Laila Wal, EIT News, Okwekwe.
Interesting one there. Of course, some elite athletes from across Uganda, Kenya will be participating. But as we prepare to round up this bulletin, it's for us to remind us that today is the 27th anniversary of Nigeria's civil transition to civil rule. And it's the 3rd anniversary of the Bola Tinubu administration. Now, on the foreign and diplomatic scene, what has the administration achieved? We have this report for you.
6 months into office, the Tinubu administration unveiled the 4D foreign policy blueprint: democracy, development, demography, and diaspora. The government insisted this was not mere sloganeering. But 3 years in, what does the scorecard actually look like? Let us start with the last D, diaspora. Recent xenophobic tensions in South Africa have put Abuja to the test. Foreign Affairs Minister Bianca Odumegwu-Ojukwu, recently elevated to the substantive role, summoned the acting South African High Commissioner, who met the Nigerian Foreign Ministry's Permanent Secretary. President Tinubu also made a stern demand on the Ramaphosa government to protect Nigerian citizens. But stakeholders want tougher actions.
No longer fashionable to travel to South Africa. The evacuation process has not commenced. We are wondering why it hasn't even started, like yesterday. Because the more these guys are here, the more open they are to all these attacks.
It has actually gotten to that stage where retaliatory diplomacy has to be activated.
Despite the rhetoric, execution remains slow. Almost a month after the presidency announced evacuation flights for stranded citizens in South Africa, those flights are yet to take off.
It's not just a quick grab and take out. There's a process which the government of Nigeria has to respect South Africa's legal requirements.
Ghana began the evacuation of its nationals from South Africa on Wednesday. Still, the administration maintains that no Nigerian abroad will be abandoned.
It's an ongoing process. They obviously need to ensure that documentation is there, whether it's a passport valid or expired. They need to ensure they put things in place while they leave. So some of them have property, some of them have businesses, some of them have family, some of them maybe have changed their mind.
Beyond the diaspora, the administration spent nearly 2.5 years attempting to run global diplomacy without substantive ambassadors. The turning point came last November, sparked by a diplomatic embarrassment when the United States designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Forced to act, President Tinubu named 65 ambassadorial nominees. The Senate cleared them, and their postings were hastily announced, in some cases before securing official agreement from the host nations. To date, only a handful have successfully presented their letters of credence.
Retired career diplomat Ambassador Aminu Dalhatu, brought back and posted to the United Kingdom, did so to King Charles early April. A former National Security Advisor and ex-Director General of the DSS, Colonel Kayode Areh, submitted his to President Trump last week.
There are many career ambassadors that have been sent and they've resumed work. The last few days, I spoke with an ambassador in Oslo. He's in charge of the Nordic countries of Sweden, Norway, and also Finland. He's right on seat, and he's got his accreditation.
Meanwhile, roughly 35 top diplomatic posts remain completely vacant. Regionally, questions loom over Abuja's waning influence. Nigeria's military might has done little to halt the rising tide of jihadist insurgencies gripping the Sahel region. Experts repeatedly warn that a country's foreign policy is merely a reflection of its domestic reality. It is an intersection the presidency claims it understands.
We need to be able to have a strong hold of our security. We have external forces that are coming into our country, running from border to border, the Boko Haram, bandits. We have, our security forces that need support, our intelligence forces, intelligence agencies that need support. So we have the Americans, we have the Turkey, we have the Brits, we have French, we even have Israel. Collaborating and supporting. So everything, a lot of the focus must be on security. And once we secure our borders, once we secure even within our borders, it gives opportunity for people to have a prosperous and good well-being. We can go back to the farm.
President Tinubu frequently brands himself as Nigeria's chief diplomat and marketing officer. But as the administration enters its final stretch towards the 2027 polls, the tangible returns from his global summits, bilateral trips, and newly deployed ambassadors will ultimately decide his legacy on the world stage.
And that's it on the World News. Thank you for watching. Do have a lovely evening.
I can't tint my hair because in our society, when you tint your hair, it gives another meaning, as if you are not responsible.
No, I can't tint my hair. Reason being the fact that my family, they won't agree to it.
I can. I don't care. Their opinion, not mine, as long as I like it.
For me, it doesn't make sense. Tinting of hair, just leave the hair the way it is, black, brown.
Like the red-headed gamma lizard, also known as rainbow lizard, human hairs often come in different colors as a result of hair dyeing, which is becoming a common practice among adults and teenagers in Nigeria. To individuals tinting or dyeing their hair, there is really no difference between changing the color of their hair and dyeing a fabric. It could be for aesthetics, to have a new look, or as a result of one's line of trade or profession.
I'm an artist. Personally, I don't see it as anything because most times you don't judge a book by its cover. So for me, for a kind of person like me, I feel if it's something that makes you happy, just do it.
Ababa Yusuf Ibrahim goes as far as testing the dyes first without considering its effect.
I have to test it before I apply it to any customer, because this thing we are doing is something that when I apply it, it's easily to break hair. So when it's breaking, I don't want maybe disagreement between me and my customer.
Hair dyes come in 3 major varieties: permanent, semi-permanent or temporary, and natural. Chemicals used in these products, particularly the permanent dyes, could lead to grave health consequences, according to a hair restoration specialist, Dr. Dayo Utsubanjo.
Dyes, by their nature, have chemicals. I mean, that's why they're able to change the natural color of someone's hair. Those chemicals could include ammonia, perhaps one of the more common ones. There are other more dangerous chemicals. Ammonia is a very corrosive chemical, and if not used properly by people who are trained, they could cause damage, and the damage could be permanent. So the advice we would normally give people is, look, better to go to a salon with qualified personnel, people who understand the implications or the side effects and of some of the products they are applying to your scalp. If you don't use it according to what the manufacturers intended, there could be hair loss and damage. So those are the kind of things that we would typically advise people to watch out for. I mean, these products, it's not just hair loss. There are other wider health issues involved as well. I mean, some of these products have been known to cause bladder cancer of the bladder. So this is quite serious. It's not just about how you look anymore. It's about life and death.
When next you are dyeing your hair, you might want to take a second look at the ingredients used to ensure they are safe.
I see the writing of this one. They write the color.
It's also white. How come? Do they all come in white?
No, it's not most of them comes in white.
Okay, so is this white?
This one is crazy color. It's also right there.
It's crazy color. Something white, not pop white. The color is purple. Actually,
it's not
like lavender or something.
Yes.
But
so when you're sharpen, maybe something, maybe wine, something wine.
You sure don't want to put your life.
The issues as they break, the multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy. And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complexity?
Federal Capital Territory Administration reads Royal Act to hotel and event center owners over illegal activities within their premises. Medical doctors in Niger State threaten to down-tool over non-release of colleague in captivity for the past 34 days. And non-Nigerian Felicia Sani charges Nigerians to support government policies for better society. This is Abuja Reports on AIT. I am Amaka Okoro. Welcome. Now the Federal Capital Territory Administration has warned owners of event centers, hotels, and other public facilities in Abuja against allowing their premises to be used by illegal organizations. The administration emphasized that land allocations within the Federal Capital Territory are strictly for lawful purposes, noting that any violation of this directive could attract severe consequences, including the revocation of property titles. In a statement released on Friday, Lere Olayinka, Senior Special Assistant on Public Communications and Social Media to the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike says the move is part of efforts to strengthen security and safeguard lives and property in the nation's capital. He disclosed that the use of event venues and public buildings will now be closely monitored to ensure they are not exploited for gatherings capable of disrupting public peace. The FCTA further urged facility owners to thoroughly verify the legitimacy of organizations seeking to use their spaces especially during the ongoing political season. According to the statement, operators must ensure they engage only with leadership recognized by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, when dealing with political parties, while also maintaining proper transaction records. The administration warned that failure to comply with these guidelines will result in the revocation of title documents and affected properties. Now, protecting the environment against flooding and other health hazards is essential, as residents are expected to complement government efforts aimed at preventing annual flooding in Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory. A non-Nigerian, popularly known as Mama Market, Felicia Sani, stated this while mobilizing young men for environmental sanitation and the clearing of drainage channels to prevent flooding in the Jabi area of the Federal Capital Territory.
Felicia Sani, popularly known as Mama Market, is over 90 years old. Despite her advanced age, she remains committed to community service and believes strongly in collective efforts to complement government policies in building a better society.
On the middle road, you open your trouser and you urinate. It's terrible. We have to put ourselves together in this country. People are passing here telling me that the government has given me a lot of money to do this. I don't care. I'm doing it for my country, Nigeria.
On Friday, Mama Market mobilized youths in her community to clear drainages and waterways to ensure the free flow of rainwater and prevent flooding.
I saw one woman fell inside here 3 days ago with carrying baby behind her. And she fell and the baby break hand. I carried them to National Hospital. And I decided I don't want any incident here again. I have to single-handedly clean this environment.
Some residents who commended the efforts of the non-Nigerian said there is a need for individuals to contribute to community development, as government alone cannot do it all.
This one that we are doing now, she paid from her pocket. She gave us 100,000 naira for us to clean the gutter.
Last week, somebody fall with the baby for the back, for inside this water. Mama take him to hospital, thinking that before today, this water will go. He promised us that today he will walk this water.
There is a lot of sand. The ladders and the rest are blocked everywhere. So they were trying to evacuate those things out so that the road can be clean for people around. And that is number one. I think
the residents also called on well-meaning Nigerians to contribute meaningfully to the development of their respective communities.
Now, doctors in Niger State, under the aegis of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, have again threatened to down tools if their colleague, Dr. Tony Egaga, who has been in captivity for the past 34 days, is not rescued, despite the terrorists collecting 20 million naira ransom. Egaga, head of medical services at New Busa General Hospital in Bogu local government area, was kidnapped on April 22 from his private clinic in Wawa, Bogu local government area. NMA Secretary in Niger State, Aliyu Mohammed, in a statement, called on the Niger State government and relevant stakeholders to intensify efforts to secure the release of the doctor. The association also expressed displeasure over the state government's failure to implement the new improved CAMIS table for the state doctors, despite the increased workload and appalling working conditions. The doctor further demanded the immediate domestication and implementation of the new CAMIS circular for all doctors working with the state government. They also rejected the planned review of premiums by the state's contributory health agency and commenced processes for the total withdrawal of members from the contributory health scheme. While many Nigerians celebrated Eid al-Kabir with their families and loved ones, some military personnel spent the occasion on the front line of ongoing security operations. At the forward operational base in Giwa, Kaduna State, troops under Operation Fasanyama gathered for a special luncheon organized by the Nigerian Army.
For soldiers deployed in conflict-prone areas, celebrations often come with sacrifice far from their families and communities. Troops under Operation Fasanyama marked the Eid al-Kabir celebration while remaining actively engaged in operations against terrorism, banditry, and other security threats. At the Forward Operational Base in Giwa, officers and soldiers gathered for the Chief of Army Staff Eid al-Kabir luncheon, an event aimed at boosting morale and appreciating troops for their resilience and dedication to duty.
Today's luncheon is therefore not merely a social gathering, but a significant platform for strengthening comradeship and promoting institutional cohesion in the Nigerian Army.
Representing the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Shaibu Waidi, the Chief of Administration, Army Headquarters, Major General Issa Abdullahi commended the troops for their professionalism and sacrifices in protecting lives and property across the country. He described their commitment as a major factor behind operational successes recorded by the Nigerian Army in various theaters of operation.
As we celebrate this important occasion, we must also pause to honor with deep reverence and cherish the memories of our gallant heroes who paid the supreme price in defense of our nation. Their memories continue to inspire and strengthen our collective resolve to remain steadfast in the defense of peace, unity, and the sovereignty of our beloved country.
For many of the soldiers, the celebration served as a reminder that their sacrifices on the battlefield are recognized and appreciated, even as they continue to serve far away from home. Abimaja Moses, AIT News, Kaduna.
Still on security matters, Nigeria's Army Chief, Lieutenant General Wahidi Shaibu, wants officers and soldiers of the Nigerian Army to always remain disciplined, courageous, and committed to their duties. The Nigerian Army Chief, who gave the charge in his message to mark this year's Eid al-Kabir, also congratulated Muslim personnel and their families and described the Eid al-Kabir as a period of sacrifice, faith, and obedience.
The Chief of Army Staff, in a message, commended troops across various operational areas for their bravery, professionalism, and dedication to efforts aimed at containing terrorism, insurgency, banditry, kidnapping, and other security threats in the country.
Let us also use this period to promote unity, peaceful coexistence, and compassion towards one another, irrespective of religious or ethnic affiliations.
The Nigerian Army Chief also paid tribute to fallen heroes and appreciated their families for their sacrifices and support. The Force Commander, Joint Task Force Operation Wise Stroke, Major General Moses Gara, and the Commander, Sector 2 Operation Wise Stroke, Brigadier General Etsu Ndagi, reassured personnel of the Nigerian Army's commitment to their welfare through improved accommodation, healthcare, educational support, and other welfare packages.
This is also in line with one of the cardinal pillars of the Chief of Army Staff's command philosophy, which is robust administration, where the soldier-first culture is central, with high priority placed on welfare of personnel.
We assure you, sir, of our renewed commitment to remain alert, disciplined, and resolute in safeguarding the peace and security of our nation.
They appeal to personnel to continue to strive at promoting unity, peaceful coexistence, and professionalism while appreciating the support of sister security agencies and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu towards making the Nigerian Armed Forces operationally efficient and effective. Mwesi Shakia, AIT Doma in Nasarawa State.
To this report, President Bola Tinubu says Nigeria is gradually recovering from years of economic and structural challenges, declaring that the difficult reforms introduced by his administration were necessary to prevent fiscal collapse and place the country on the right path of sustainable growth. In a nationwide address to commemorate the 3rd anniversary of his administration on Friday, President Tinubu acknowledged the hardship faced by Nigerians following the removal of food subsidy and foreign exchange reforms, but maintained that the sacrifices made by citizens were beginning to yield results.
The defining moment of this presidency
arrived moments after the oath of office.
No provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
4 words that shook Africa's largest economy. The impact hit the fuel pumps instantly. Petrol prices surged nationwide, driving up transport fares and triggering an aggressive high cost of living. As inflation climbed from 22% to about 30%, household budgets collapsed. Food prices soared out of reach, peaking at 35% and eroding the purchasing power of middle and low-income families alike. Simultaneously, currency floating triggered a historic currency depreciation, falling from $4.60 to $1 to 1,500 naira to $1. It drove up import costs and suffocated businesses reliant on foreign exchange. Yet, the government maintains these surgical strikes on the economy were overdue to correct years of structural decay.
I think we're lucky that we have a president who is hands-on. We have a president who is a reformer in chief. We're a president who combines the corporate experience and that of good governance to be able to engage. And he has that history. It's a long history.
To cushion the blow, the administration introduced several intervention programs. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, has processed hundreds of thousands of student applications to ease the financial burden on families. The CNG initiative was also introduced, but there are constraints. Conversion centers remain inadequate. Data from PICNG and EV Office indicated that there are about 350 conversion centers nationwide, averaging 12 per state. But in actuality, it is only available in 23 states. But for an office set up just 18 months ago, the number speaks of progress. But for citizens, the cost of conversion remains prohibitive for many, ranging from 800,000 naira to 1.5 million naira. The government has also yet to fulfill its promises of flooding major cities with mass transportation buses. Private commercial vehicles still dominate the transportation system in most cities, leaving commuters to contend with high fares.
I share the pain with you. I know what it is to reform this economy that was in tatters. If you lost sleep, I lost some too. If you have lost weight, I think I've lost some too.
3 years into the Tinubu presidency, Nigeria walks a tightrope between reform and reality. For the government, it is a necessary economic correction. For millions of citizens, it is a grueling test of daily survival. Ultimately, the legacy of this administration hinges on whether the severe pain of today will deliver the promised prosperity of tomorrow. Yemi Adebayo, AIT News, Abuja.
These Abuja reports on AIT, reaching you live from our Paduma Hill studios in Asokoro. Here's a reminder of our top stories. Federal Capital Territory Administration reads Riot Act to hotel and event center owners over illegal activities within their premises. Medical doctors in Niger State threaten to down tool over non-release of colleague in captivity for the past 34 days. Non-Nigerian Felicia Sani charges Nigerians to support government policies for better society. Welcome back, and moving on, as Nigeria marks this year's Children's Day celebration, stakeholders are calling on government, corporate organizations, and well-meaning Nigerians to invest more in inclusive education and create an enabling environment for children with various forms of disabilities to thrive. The call forms part of a new advocacy campaign aimed at drawing attention to the challenges faced by children with disabilities and who are often excluded from policies and social development programs. At the FCT School for the Blind in Abuja, poor learning conditions continue to hinder effective teaching and learning. Stakeholders who visited the school observed inadequate facilities and limited educational tools, stressing the need to provide equal opportunities for these students compared to their peers in other parts of the world.
At the FCT School for the Blind in Abuja, poor learning conditions continue to hinder effective teaching and learning. The Young Governance Outreach Initiative, organized by the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria, highlights inadequate facilities and limited educational tools, as speakers stressed the need to provide equal opportunities for students living with disabilities, just as ordained in other parts of the world.
From the interaction with these children, we can see that they are very brilliant people. So the community, the government, the international world, everybody should see what they are doing. They should encourage them, give them a voice. And with this, everybody is happy. The community grows. Nigeria will be a greater place.
Other speakers commended government efforts towards protecting the rights of peoples with disabilities, but identified gaps in policy monitoring and implementation.
The environment I met here for the training of these special children is not a very friendly environment. And you could hear me talking about the use of technology. There is no learning now that can happen successfully without technology, and I can't find such here.
I think in Nigeria generally we have good laws. We have very lofty laws. What we need is implementation. And not just implementation, who is supervising, who is ensuring that the laws are being implemented. So I think that's where the gap is.
Students were also introduced to modern career opportunities and encouraged to pursue their dreams despite the physical challenges. Educational materials and other support items were also distributed to aid their learning. Oluwaranti Ajaramola, AIT News, Abuja.
Every year, on May 28th, this Global Day shines a light on the health of ladies. The World Menstrual Hygiene Day and stakeholders are intensifying efforts to break the silence surrounding menstruation and promote better menstrual health education for girls and women. The two-day program held in Abuja termed Red Circle is focused on raising awareness about menstrual hygiene, female empowerment, and girl-child inclusion. Organizers say the initiative is aimed at ending the stigma associated with menstruation while encouraging healthy conversations and education for young girls and women.
Workplaces, religions and community leaders must be part of the solution. Our fathers, husbands, brothers and sons must also be part of the solution. This is not a woman-only conversation. It is a society-building conversation.
We need to come together and push this and see that period is not a choice. Some people go to church to pray for their period to come out. So it's not just going to the school, where we have a lot to talk about. And again, I found out that some of the pads in the market, they are doing circulation of pad. That sometimes when you buy pad, you are running away from infection. You're getting it from the pad, and it's expensive.
The event brought together medical experts, development advocates, policymakers, educators, and youth leaders to discuss challenges surrounding menstrual health and access to hygiene support.
We can see where people are out there really willing and available to share the little resources that they have. So for me, I feel like this summit it's really at the right time, where we can really find solutions to so many young girls that are struggling both psychologically, emotionally, socially, in terms of menstruation. I mean, they're not able to function basically because they're not aware of certain things that they should, and they're not confident of themselves and, freely work knowing that it's normal and it's natural.
The day reflects global call for dignity, awareness, and equal opportunity for women and girls during menstruation. To party politics, political ally of Peter Obi and rights activist Aisha Yesufu has withdrawn from the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC senatorial race for the Federal Capital Territory FCT, bringing an end to her brief bid for the 2027 election. Yesufu had on May 6 declared her intention to contest the FCT senatorial seat after joining the NDC from the African Democratic Congress, ADC, citing the leadership experience she has gained within the party as a key motivation for her ambition. But recent developments within the party pointed to the internal realignment over the FCT senatorial ticket, with indicators that the NDC may have favored another aspirant, Andema Pam, from North Central, who had been a long-standing member of the party prior to Yesufu's defection. And that's Abuja Reports on AIT. I am Amaka Okoro. Thanks for staying with us.
Hello there. Before the digital age, before the multi-channel universe, there was a time when the voice on the airwaves held the absolute trust of a nation. In those formative years, he was not just a witness to history, he was one of its architects. As a foundational broadcaster and administrator, Dr. Yemi Farounbi helped craft the very blueprint of African television. Farounbi understood early that a microphone is not a tool for vanity, but a sacred instrument for national awakening. But the studio walls could not confine a mind built for national service. So when the murky waters of politics called, many intellectuals retreated. He stepped forward, bringing the same fierce integrity from the newsroom to the political arena. He redefined what it means to be a statesman, a principled politician who refused to trade conviction for convenience, proving that ethics and governance can coexist. Some of his frontiers was the global stage and the academic world. As Nigeria's ambassador to the Philippines, he traded domestic debates for international diplomacy. Now, with the eloquence of a broadcaster, he taught broadcasting in ivory towers. Broadcaster, politician, diplomat, and academician. Democracy Today sat down with a man of many parts in the ancient city of Ibadan, where he settled after he switched off the microphone, not out of exhaustion, but out of fulfillment. Today, well, Democracy Today's Adebayo Bodori caught up with him in Ibadan, or your state capital, for an interview. Enjoy it.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. This month of May, the conversations that matter most are stepping.
With the kind of stance you took as a young student, one that is interested in a change in society, one that is interested that the voiceless, the abandoned, the neglected must also have a say in the society, must also be catered for. When you tasted politics a little bit, did you receive a kind of a cultural shock? The kind of people you meet there, whether they share those ideas with you?
Yes, my brother, it was a shock. I was in progressive parties. I was involved with UPN, an art group of action group. That was the most disciplined party that had cardinal objectives. I was shocked that I found people who were in that party that didn't understand what those cardinal objectives meant. They only saw the party as a vehicle for winning election. Not that they were committed to what the party believed. Not that they really understood. They just want a vote gathering mechanism. And they saw it, the UPN, or at that time, NPP, or PRP, or subsequently PDP, ACN, ANPP, and so on. I found that politicians have reached a stage of decadence that they don't care what the party stands for, so long as it can deliver votes. And they don't care about how those votes are delivered. Whether you purchase it, as Bako said, as take this money for soup today and vote for me, and mortgage your future and that of your children for the next 4 years. They don't care. And that's why they can cross the carpet. It will be major news for a Labour Party man to cross over to conservative, or in America for a Republican to somersault into Democratic Party. It will be major news. But here it's done. You're in a party in the morning, you'll be in another one in the afternoon, you can be in another one at night. Because nobody cares about ideology. Nobody cares about what does this party bring? What I call the vision. What's the vision of the party? How has it met Nigeria? Where does it want to take Nigeria? How does it want to take Nigeria there? At what pace? At what cost? At what time? Nobody cares. They just want to become president, governor, senators, House of Rep, State Assembly. That was all. Individual political achievement. Not because there were political goals. Even in the Second Republic, that nobody would not have respected Tatari Ali of Bauchi for what he achieved. He was everywhere. And the international world, UNESCO recognized what Abubakar Karimi did, particularly with adult education. It was treated as the best state governor in terms of adult literacy. UNESCO saluted him for that. I mean, there were hallmarks of what people stood for. If you came to a UPN state, there were things you expected. If you got to a PRP state, there were things you expected. If you got an NPS state, you were expecting that they would be pursuing houses and agric. If I came to UPN, they'd be pursuing free education, free health, integrated rural development, and things like that. Opticom, having the best for the largest number of people. There were things they were committed for, but today, no. Nothing. They're just political association to deliver votes. And that is why there is no connection between the politician and those who elect him. He doesn't feel a sense of responsibility to them. He doesn't think that he ought to contact them. When you are thinking of election, America will soon be in midterm election. Those who are in Congress will be assessed on the basis of how loyal have they been to their constituency. How many motions have they sponsored that benefits or benefited their constituency? What are their constituency gaining from them? It is not loyalty to a Democratic Party. We've just seen in the last few days Republicans voting against a Republican president. And when you find out, those people are voting because they are looking at what their constituents are expecting from them. There's no loyalty to constituents. It was a shock that I was in a party literally committed to democratic socialism, which meant nothing to many people. And that's what today, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other is the same thing. There's no difference. They cross political party without loyalty, without caring about those people who voted for them. This is in spite of the declaration of the Supreme Court in Umehe versus Ameshi's case. That is the political parties that win elections, not the individual. But now they leave Labour, they leave PDP, they leave APC, they leave NNPP without consulting those who voted for them, and they cross over because it pays their own personal goal. I was shocked.
Then if you are shocked, and the tendency still continue, we have seen in the last few months, particularly beginning from mid last year, people moving in droves into a political party. What do you think will become of our politics if this tendency is not caught and is sustained?
I'm sad because the Federal Republic of Nigeria is supposed to be a democratic country. And democracy has pillars. One is that there must be a party in power, which the dialectic theory calls the thesis. two, in any democracy, must be an alternative platform, an opposition, which in dialectic theory you call the antithesis. Without a thesis and an antithesis, you cannot have democracy. Because the whole essence of democracy is that the common people, the electorate, who are the people owning the country, must be able to make a rational, informed choices during election. They should be able to say between party A, B, C, D, which one should I choose? Interestingly, divine, God himself created left and right, right and wrong, good and bad. So God himself created a bipolar society where there will be a choice. But when you don't have opposition, then you have no choice. That's not democracy. The third, of course, is that you must have a parliament that controls, has leverage, control over the executive, because the executive can become excessively powerful. But when all of them become one member of a party, not because they were elected so, but because they crossed so, then you begin to have a parliament that is, yes, Baba, we have done what you ask us to do. They're not providing a check and balance. We've seen, for example, Trump, as powerful as he considers himself, we've seen instances that the Congress have put a check on his power. They just told him, you've gone to Venezuela, you've exceeded your power. That won't happen here, because we don't have a parliament that is independent and counterbalancing. Then, of course, a fourth pillar is judiciary. But we have a judiciary that considers the executive the KBC. You know the meaning of KBC? You don't challenge him. We just saw in the last 3 days, Supreme Court, interpretation of the powers of the president in America, challenging it. In fact, sometimes the state Supreme Court say, no, this is a no-go area for you. You are exceeding your challenges, your boundaries. We are not having that. And the fifth pillar is what you call the rule of the majesty of the rule of law. My freedom of speech, my freedom of association, my freedom of religion, the five freedoms, the four freedoms that President Roosevelt defined. And the most important freedom is freedom from fear. When you have banditry, you have terrorism, then I don't have freedom from fear. I can't even sleep, I can't travel at night. When you said you were coming from Abuja, I was worried. Until I heard that you have arrived yesterday, then I was at peace. When you start going back now, I'm going to be worried. Does he get there at the time you ought to get there? Not because there are vehicular failures, but because there are terrorists there. So we are losing the pillars of democracy. So we will be wrong to say we're a democratic country.
But there are those who are giving interpretation to it that, if I will use the word, they say it for the fact that people are moving in droves into the ruling party is an indication of the fact that our President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, is a gamesman. Does it mean that attitude does not pay us?
Now,
you seem to be laughing.
I'm laughing because I've looked at Nigeria since 1999. I want the people to be the deciders. When we did the first election in 1999, PDP won 28 governorships. APM won 6. If I remember very well, AMPP won 2 or so. By 2003, based on the people's choice at an election of whatever shape, PDP number of governors fell from 28 to 24. Not because people crossed parties, but because people voted. That is democracy. But when people cross party, because of some reasons, without reference to those who voted in, that is not democracy. You may say that is being streetwise, but that reminds me that sometimes in Western Nigeria, in 1964-65, there was a massive movement of the terrorized, intimidated supporters of Action Group into NNDP. And there was a collapse of the NCNC by a merger of the NCNC with the UPP to form the NNDP. And then they had this slogan, "You see my hand, you don't see my mind." A lot of those people crossing over don't believe in crossing, but they have no choice. Either because they are being intimidated or being terrorized, or because some people have captured power in such a way that the other parties have been decimated. They have been decapacitated. So you begin to see that you have no choice. Take, for example, the PDP that said we rule Nigeria for 60 years. Today, nobody will stay there to want to contest an election because you don't know what the umpire will say when you bring your form. Is it the umpire's choice of chairman who is signing your form? Or is it the umpire's choice of secretary? So you know today, if you want to contest on PDP, you're on your own because you are not sure that INEC that will assess and accept your document. Same with Labour. They don't know who is their chairman. Same with NNPP. There are rulings that have even taken NPP out of the hand of Kwankwaso. But yet, his Kwaniya movement believe they have a governor who is almost on his way out too. So, and because the politicians are not committed to ideology, they are not committed to voters, they are only committed to themselves. So they look for the party where they are likely to get endorsed by INEC for election. You saw what happened in Osun State. The governor could not stand in PDP because I didn't know whether it is Wike's PDP or it is the PDP.
Kabiru's PDP.
Or Kabiru's PDP. He was not allowed into APC because the hostile community was hostile to him coming to PDP. So he had to look for parties. I ended up in Accord. That is not democracy. That's not being streetwise. And personally, when I listened to my president, we were together in the original SDP, talking on Democracy Day, last June 12, saying that it doesn't matter if everybody drifted to APC, That won't be that they were establishing a one-party state. It will mean that those people want Nigeria to be one party. And I look at its antecedent. I look at the struggle we all had trying to have a sovereign national conference. The struggle we all had to have an autochthonous constitution, to have true federalism. I looked at the party, the struggle he had, using the former vice president as the attorney general, against the presidency of Obasanjo on the relationship between the local government and the state government. And I suddenly find that under that same president, who at least got, I believe, tries judgments against the federal government on the umbilical relationship between the local government and the state. That same president, his government went to Supreme Court and said that local government is autonomous of the state. And I asked myself, isn't that something called the Dillon concept that says that the relationship between the local government and the state is the relationship between a sucking baby and the mother? I look at his struggles then and I ask myself, what does it all add up to? All of us were talking of a rearrangement of Nigeria, which some people call restructuring. And I asked myself, does this rearrangement we are seeing creating a three-tier federation? What is that done? Are there 3 tiers in India, Australia, Canada, US, where we know they are practicing federalism? So this may be street wisdom to give him a second term. But is that street wisdom enduring in the interest of the nation? When Africa became independent, we said Africa needed a different understanding of democracy, and that in fact we needed one-party system. I recall the one-party system of Nkrumah, Mwalimu Nyerere, all of them, Modibo Keita, Amari Dioni, all of them went in for one party. What happened? It collapsed. Because you begin to find that you are assembling incompatibles. Ideologically incompatible, ethnically incompatible, ethically incompatible. People who are just on a rat race in the interest of their own interests. There's going to be conflict, ultimately. Then it will be seen that the better way to drive a political system is to let the electorate decide whether they want to have a one-party or two-party. Not that the electors, without reference to those who elected them, will abandon ship. It might not be the best for Nigeria in the long run.
So, yeah, let's be a little bit into diplomacy, of which you are also involved in. In 1976, I think that appeared to be a golden era in
diplomacy.
Diplomacy. When Murtala declared that Africa has come of age, and they must at that stage be able to determine what they want and what they don't want. Several decades after, we are now receiving order from outside the country on what form our country should be. Trump is helping us to attack terrorists and bandits in the Northwest. We don't know where he will extend it to. As a nation, we seem to be clapping. Are you among those clapping for such development, sir?
Nothing to clap for. You said it rightly. From 1960, Nigeria said that Africa would be the centerpiece of its foreign policy. But it was not active under the Muritala regime. We became active in deciding that the MPLA must govern Angola and not UNITA. We became active in shaping the future, political future, of what became known as Zimbabwe, in the choice between Joshua Nkomo and Robert Mugabe. We became so active that we nationalized British Petroleum to be able to enforce our own political views on the international global market. We became so active that Nigeria, that was so far away from South Africa, became recognized as a frontline state in the struggle against apartheid. In Mozambique struggle, Nigeria was there. In Namibia, we were there. Botswana land were there, not only in South Africa. It's on history that the greatest support that the African National Congress had in the struggle against apartheid, the greatest support came from Nigeria, financially, morally, and so on. It became so much so that when Liberia had problems, we pioneered ECOMOG. We manned it. We funded it. Whether in Liberia, whether in Sierra Leone, ensuring that the right things are being done. When we started talking about peer review and NEPAD, the ability to begin to moderate democratic excesses in some other country through joint platform of then OAU or later AU, Nigeria was there. But where are we today? We've lost the dynamism, we lost the energy, we've lost focus, we've lost relevance. Was so important that in international platform they expected Nigeria to speak for Africa. Now do we? Because sometimes now we show a lack of knowledge of the international dynamics. The kind of lack of knowledge that we showed that led to a breakage of ECOWAS, that allowed the breakaway or that stimulated the breakaway of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. We just see what happened in Benin Republic. That people were imagining whether we were acting on our own or as an agent of a foreign country. Yes, you talked about us and Donald Trump. Have we managed our homes well? Do we need a Donald Trump? Have we been able to confront the problem of terrorism and banditry? Have we been able to do that? We need a Donald Trump. But we have not been loyal to ourselves, we've not been honest to ourselves, we've not been honest to this nation. I remember that Jonathan said he was even sure that some of those terrorists called Boko Haram at that time were not in his cabinet. We've seen acts of betrayal. We've seen a situation in the Chibok girls in which our partners then, which was US, said tomorrow we are going to tear gas these people, and when they sleep, we'll pick the gas. Only for them to get there tomorrow to find that the terrorists were wearing gas protectors, which means there has been a leakage. General Uba, Brigadier, phone base. I've been ambushed. I have escaped. I'm at point XY. The next is so, were terrorists. We have reached a situation in which the very foundation of Nigeria is threatened. ISWAP, Islamic State of West Africa Province, does not recognize the existence of Nigeria or any other country. The Lukulawa, which in fact is an offshoot of the Islamic State of Iran and Syria, operating in Sokoto State, does not recognize the existence of Nigeria. Because they believe there should be in place a pan-West Africa militant Islamic State that doesn't ask us what we want, how we want to be governed, and why we should be governed so. But government have been vicariously liable in some cases in which we have pardoned terrorists only for them to attack us again. We had openly confessed that in 2014 election we invited some of these people to come and help us win election or make Nigeria ungovernable if we didn't win. We have openly said in Cairo that a particular set of people must not consider themselves homeless because there is home for them in Nigeria. We have reached a situation in which we begin to ask ourselves, are there people truly loyal to Nigeria? Who will truly protect Nigeria? Are there people who recognize that the main duty of a government is to provide security of life and property for its citizens? Are there people who are ready to make and create a situation in which even individuals can provide and protect themselves? Our criminal code allows individuals to protect themselves with the same level of instrument of violence that you are confronting. Section 25678, Criminal Code. Islamic tradition allows you to defend yourself because it says if you allow something to kill you, which you know can kill you, you won't get to heaven. So why is it that we are not allowing people to have access to weapons to defend themselves? Why is it that my president, who I love so much, who promised that on May 29, 2023, he promised that he will introduce a new security architecture, a new security doctrine that will be made Nigeria so peaceful that everybody would love to stay in Nigeria. We're still waiting for that architecture. We're still waiting for that doctrine. So it pains when people who don't have as much intellect as Nigerians now tell us they are coming to help us to provide peace. I was an ambassador of Nigeria to the Kingdom of Cambodia. Every time I visited Cambodia from my base in Manila, I was treated as a little hero. Not because of myself, but because of what Nigeria did in 1972 to help Cambodia to put down insurrection. In that year, we didn't send military. We sent Nigerian policemen detachment, and they put down the insurrection in Cambodia, for which the Cambodians and the king are still grateful to today. Police put down insurrection. Now we can't even take care of our insurrection. The country that sent troops to Lebanon, to send troops to Somalia, that sent troops to Congo, Kinshasa, as it was then called, to help them. The country that rescued Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa from apartheid, now cannot rescue itself. Sad. Very sad.
Do we need a fresh rethink?
A fresh?
A fresh rethink as a nation.
We really need a fresh rethink. We need a new commitment. I don't believe we are committed to Nigeria. We are in various ways committed to our own political dominance or relevance within Nigeria. We are not bothered about the 237 million people. We are bothered about what we can make out of them. We don't care about their life. We don't care about their feeding. We don't care about their housing. We all care about how do we manipulate this system to our individual benefit. We need a paradigm shift in our thinking process that shows a greater commitment to this nation than we have now.
But this Nigeria you are talking about, do you think they are conscious of their power? Their power to elect leaders of their choice. Their power to forcefully come out courageously to say, these are the people we want, in such a manner that it will weaken the buying and selling of votes? Or do we need a reawakening, a fresh reawakening?
I can't remember now whether it was Stalin. I think it's more like Stalin, who was reputed to have brought a chicken and started pulling out very painfully the leather. And after leaving that chicken bare with blood scattered around, and obviously in pain, he brought grains. That emaciated, decapacitated chicken followed him. When you pauperize a people, sometimes they lose the dignity of being a human being. So the ability to make a right choice is not there. The man who has not been fed for weeks gladly takes the 5,000. In fact, he's grateful for it because he knows that this, if he doesn't get that 5,000, that's all he will get from the government anyway. So it is the criminal pauperization of the people that had taken away their voice, their ability. Gone were the days we had a Center for Democratic Studies organizing lectures. Gone were the days we had a political bureau. Gone were the days of a Mansard, where Professor Gardner would say, if you are a leader, lead well. If you are a governor, govern well. Gone were those days we are talking about appealing to the conscience of the leadership and the followers. We've abandoned all of those things. Those lofty ideas which propels the termination of the 28-year rule of the military. those ideas, those hunger for the best, those hunger for creating a better Nigeria appeared to have disappeared. And that those who in fact were in the vanguard of those struggles are the ones in fact now perpetuating what we thought they were fighting against. But I always believe this. A country as large as this, almost 1 square kilometers inside, 774 local government, 36 states plus Abuja, over 350 ethnic units. They have multiple interactions that cannot be calculated statistically. When you look at the multiplicity of power that will ultimately be generated when these people wake up, because they will not always sleep, Nigeria will have forcefully to change. I wish we can do it peacefully. I wish we can make it inevitable for people to think that they have to force their way to have a say. Permit me to take a story from the Bible. We have the story of of Esau and Jacob. Jacob had usurped the right of Esau. Eventually come to the father, you mean you can't even have something for me? Then he said, the time will come, you will become powerful and you will throw away the bondage of your brother. Those in power now must be beginning to think that there might be a time that those in bondage today will refuse to be in bondage. And they will throw this bondage away, and it will lead to an overthrow of a ruling elite that does not care about the people. We saw it in France during the reign of King Louis. We saw it in Britain when Oliver Cromwell took over. We've seen common man becoming so desperate that they don't care about their life. I recall that a French writer, Sartre, says, there comes a time that common man will secure his own freedom, even if it will mean his death. We must not drive Nigerians to that level. Because if you drive your citizens to that level, they will be disorderly, they will be unorganized, it will be anarchic. We must provide a new thinking. We must realize that those of us who have been privileged to have been in power, who have been recirculating ourselves in power in the last 20 or 30 years, that we are not necessarily the best. Chinua Achebe says those whom the gods have helped to crack their nuts must not think that the God cannot crack nuts for others. We must begin to realize we start as State Assembly, sometimes we went to National Assembly, sometimes we become governor, then we retire as ambassador, or we retire as senator, and in the last 25 years we'll be circulating ourselves. I think we are the only one who have brains. Those who have been marginalized must remember that the eagle flying also remember that those on the ground are looking at him. So we must begin to change the system in the favor of the common people. And it is not difficult. It is not difficult because I always look at General Muritala. His past was not exactly exciting. But Batikane became head of state. If you ask most Nigerians of that age, they will tell you it's perhaps the best head of state they had. Because he saw power and began to use it in favor of the common man. He thought about their feeding. He thought about their schools. He thought about their new constitution and things like that. He was not a common man, but he was a common man who started solving the problems of common people. I think those all of us in leadership who are privileged must begin to use our privileged position to help these unprivileged people. We must become their spokesperson. They cannot talk. Speak for them. Help them. Assist them. How many people are we taking from the poverty market? When you read stories about China, and you are told that in a year they are taking about 90 million people from poverty. And then you come to Nigeria, and you look at the figure by the National Bureau of Statistics. It tells you that those who are multidimensionally poor, that the number is increasing.
performing arts ó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú dance theatre arts comedy àwọn Yorùbá bọ̀ wọ́n ní àṣà ẹ̀bá dákúdábọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká gbàṣà wa lárugẹ àṣà tó ní ṣe pẹ̀lú ijó ìlú àríyá ẹ̀fẹ̀ pẹ̀lú bọ́ọ̀lọ̀jọ̀ ẹ jẹ́ ká gbàṣà wa lárugẹ.
ọ̀rọ̀ tasọ ṣólí effect ìyẹn ló má ta àtolówó àtòtòṣì gbogbo wọn ló ń sọ́fà ẹni ṣiṣẹ́ kó tó rówó ṣiṣẹ́ iṣẹ́ kó tó rówó tó bá rí tọ́kù kí n dáná àwọn ènìyàn á jẹ níbẹ̀ wọ́n á ló láhùn wọ́n á ló láwọ́ wọ́n á rí òwe nípa where dem dey I go shit anywhere.
My name is Ade Fila. Loosely, it means the crown has claimed it. Crown, it means reality. It means you must be at the top of the tree. It gives a kind of, you know, a destination. This is what I want to be like, even if I'm not there yet, you know. At the beginning, it was just theater purely for me, just a form of, expression. But eventually, I had access to the music of Fela, Bob Marley. I saw what Ogunde did with his art, and I realized that art has its role in the society. And fortunately or unfortunately for me, I found myself in an environment where you cannot afford to practice art just for the sake of art. Your art must be relevant to your society. It must say something. So I'm in a mode where today, I'm in a downfall tomorrow, I'm walking on the streets some other day. So I find things going on. I hear complaints. I hear what makes people happy. I hear what, touches the heart of people. And all of these things, inform the kind of work I want to do. So basically, my society writes my script for me. So the core and the content of whatever I say is from what goes on around me. If I had not gone into the arts, I'm sorry for my society. I'm sorry for my society because I'm a very, very angry young man. I see a lot of injustice around me. I wake up, sleep every day, and I see that happening. But thank God that there's this avenue that God has given all of us to, express ourselves. So anytime I look at these guys, I look at them like, this is a beautiful life going on here. This life can't just go like that. But they need to find an opportunity because I tell you, Bariga is one of the 9 blighted areas. It's a catchment area for anything. We are angry, we are hungry, and when you are hungry, nothing will come into the head again. I don't want to imagine what these guys and young girls would have become if they're not doing what we're doing now.
I'm once known as a troublemaker on this street.
It has improved my thinking. As in, right now I'm really focused. If I want to do something, before I used to have this kind of mind that can you do it? Are you going to do it? Is it this? Is this how you do it or something? But right now, if I say I want to do something, I go for it straight, and that's Crown Troop. It has really helped me.
I decided to say that with my group, I'm just going to look for people within my neighborhood who understand, who feel the same kind of pain I feel, who understand where I'm coming from. You can't discuss power failure with somebody who has never experienced it. You can't discuss water scarcity with somebody who has never experienced it. You can't discuss hunger with somebody who has never been hungry. It's easier for me to flow with them. Of course, that's not to say I'm straight-jacketed because I've worked at home and abroad, and I've worked with people where after a few hours of rehearsals, we have to stop and go for coffee and like that. And I'm like, I've not started anything and people are already exhausted,
Let's do the dance again. Yeah. I think what we can do is break it down into segments. So let's do the dance first of all. Okay. PhD. Nine the warriors. Say pull him down. Or pull her down. One dog bites. And all dogs bite. And one man fails. And all men say they know they do well. We know they do well. If we blame them, then we blame ourselves.
We're diamond mines, and somebody has to drill and get to the core and bring it out. There's something beautiful about every one of us. So it's that beauty within them that I see, and I try to pull out. And they also bring out my own beauty too. They make me feel loved and feel, yeah, we have our fights all the time. We quarrel about getting things done. It's not easy trying to refocus a set of human beings saying that this is what you have to do with your life. And you don't really need to teach anybody what to do with their life. It's just saying that, listen, you've got a terrific voice. You've got youth on your side. You've got your age. You are young. And we can pump this energy into something creative, because art is going to take us all to places.
Crown Troop have changed me as positively, because there are some kind of places I've been that I didn't even expect in my life that I could be there as an individual. Because I've shaken hands with Wole Soyinka, as in, imagine me, a Bariga boy.
It makes me think for the tomorrow. I would probably be an activist.
I think we've lost potential armed robbers and prostitutes, and we've gained, productive artists. I think that's what we've been able to do with the arts around here.
It helped my creativity and flexibility. I'm very noisy, I know, but when it got Crown Troop, I use my noisy attitude to create things that people appreciate.
I like to describe myself as a performance artist. I just see these pictures slipping out of their bodies.
Everybody they find utopia, then forget Ethiopia. I said everybody they find solution. So now what did them do? They come from United Nations. United Nations come get belly.
I've never seen it as sculpting until I heard it, and I said, okay, that must be nice, a dancer sculpting without using my scalpel. I mean, that's beautiful.
In with the talk, lie lie, no be lie. Now waiting we see, now in with the talk, lie lie, no be lie. Now waiting we see, now in with the talk, lie lie, no be lie. Now waiting we see, now in with the talk.
Well, success is a relative term, If success means having what I want anytime I need it, I'm not successful. If success means driving a very good car and
War of words reigns between People's Democratic Party, PDP rival groups. The correspondent examines the Benefit of Africa CEO Summit in Kigali, Rwanda. In business, federal government targets Africa's clean transport hub through electric vehicle development. And in sport, Senator Shomole backs Okpekpe 10-kilometer road race as tool for economic growth. Live from Abuja, this is the News Hour on AIT. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe.
And I am Chioma Okole Mukuzi. Welcome.
President Tinubu says Nigeria is gradually recovering from years of economic and structural challenges, declaring that the difficult reforms introduced by his administration were necessary to prevent fiscal collapse and place the country on the path of sustainable growth. In a nationwide address to commemorate the third anniversary of his administration on Friday, Tinubu acknowledged the hardship faced by Nigerians following the removal of fuel subsidy and foreign exchange reforms, but maintained that the sacrifices made by citizens were beginning to yield results.
President Tinubu acknowledges the hardship faced by Nigerians following the removal of fuel subsidy and foreign exchange reforms, but maintains that the sacrifices made by citizens are beginning to yield results. The president says when his administration took office in 2023, the country was confronted with mounting fiscal pressures, rising debt servicing costs, exchange rate distortions, insecurity, declining revenue, and energy supply challenges that threatened national stability. According to him, Nigeria was spending about 18.4 billion naira daily on petrol subsidy payments, amounting to more than 4 trillion naira in 2022 alone. President Tinubu says the government chose to implement difficult economic measures aimed at stabilizing the economy and preventing deeper national crisis. He admits that the reforms triggered a sharp rise in the cost of living, placing pressure on families, workers, and businesses, but assured Nigerians that the country had not stabilized and is moving forward. He also points to ongoing infrastructure projects across the country, including the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. In the oil and gas sector, President Tinubu says reforms introduced by the administration had attracted fresh investments from international oil companies, while projects such as the NLNG Train 7 were nearing completion to boost gas production and exports. On electricity supply, the president says his administration is addressing long-standing challenges in the power sector. President Tinubu also highlights interventions in education, citing the student loan scheme, which he says had lifted financial burden on thousands of students. He also says his housing sector reforms is on course to deliver at least 20,000 housing units. On insecurity, President Tinubu says the armed forces and security agencies have intensified operations against terrorists, bandits, kidnappers. He assures Nigerians that the government would continue investing in intelligence, surveillance, logistics, and interagency coordination to strengthen national security. Calling for unity and collective national purpose, the president urges Nigerians to remain hopeful and reject division and cynicism.
Now, in May 2023, President Bola Tinubu took office with a bold promise to reset Nigeria's economy and rebuild thrust. 3 years later, that promise faces a steep reality check through policy outcomes and strained public thrust. While supporters view these 3 years as a period of unavoidable economic therapy, critics see only deep hardship. On the News Hour tonight, AIT State House correspondent Yemi Adebayo evaluates the journey so far.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIT News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIT News Hour from May 18, 2026.
The defining moment of this presidency arrived moments after the oath of office.
No provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
4 words that shook Africa's largest economy. The impact hit the fuel pumps instantly. Petrol prices surged nationwide, driving up transport fares and triggering an aggressive high cost of living. As inflation climbed from 22% to about 30%, household budgets collapsed. Food prices soared out of reach, peaking at 35% and eroding the purchasing power of middle and low-income families alike. Simultaneously, currency floating triggered a historic currency depreciation, falling from $4.60 to $1 to 1,500 naira to $1. It drove up import costs and suffocated businesses reliant on foreign exchange. Yet, the government maintains these surgical strikes on the economy were overdue to correct years of structural decay.
I think we're lucky that we have a president who is hands-on. We have a president who is a reformer-in-chief. We're a president who combines the corporate experience and that of good governance to be able to engage. And he has that history. It's a long history.
To cushion the blow, the administration introduced several intervention programs. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund, has processed hundreds of thousands of student applications to ease the financial burden on families. The CNG initiative was also introduced, but there are constraints. Conversion centers remain inadequate. Data from PICNG and EV Office indicated that there are about 350 conversion centers nationwide, averaging 12 per state. But in actuality, it is only available in 23 states. But for an office set up just 18 months ago, the number speaks of progress. But for citizens, the cost of conversion remains prohibitive for many, ranging from 800,000 naira to 1.5 million naira. The government has also yet to fulfill its promises of flooding major cities with mass transportation buses. Private commercial vehicles still dominate the transportation system in most cities, leaving commuters to contend with high fares.
I share the pain with you. I know what it is to reform this economy that was in tatters. If you lost sleep, I lost some too. If you have lost weight, I think I've lost some too.
On national security, the military reports significant territory reclaimed from terrorists and oil thieves, though regional insecurity remains a persistent threat.
Troops of Operation Hadinkai sustained offensive operations against Boko Haram and ISWAP remnants across Adamawa, Borno, Taraba, and Yobe states, recording a compelling succession of operational successes during the period. In all, 73 insurgents were neutralized, 159 were arrested, 112 persons were rescued, while 18 terrorists surrendered to troops.
Stand up, stand up. Politically, President Tinubu has tightened his grip on the ruling APC, consolidating his power, while critics accuse him and his party of strategically weakening the opposition through proxies, an accusation the president has denied, but says he is happy if his potential challenges are in crisis. Away from politics, President Tinubu and his supporters have scored his performance high, crediting what they call his tough yet necessary policies for taking Nigeria from shaky grounds to stabilization as it moves towards consolidation. But for the average citizen whose life is directly and indirectly impacted by the policies, this is their feedback.
The price feed of our fuel, we just need it to come down a little for all.
3 years into the Tinubu presidency, Nigeria walks a tightrope between reform and reality. For the government, it is a necessary economic correction. For millions of citizens, it is a grueling test of daily survival. Ultimately, the legacy of this administration hinges on whether the severe pain of today will deliver the promised prosperity of tomorrow. Yemi Adebayo, AIT News, Abuja.
Governor Peter Mbah says the achievements recorded by his administration in the last 3 years will not have been possible without the support of civil servants, prayers from the church, and the understanding of the people of Enugu State. The governor spoke during a Thanksgiving service held at the Government House Chapel to mark the 3rd anniversary of his administration.
It was on May 29, 2023 at the Opera Square in Enugu that Governor Peter Mbah and his deputy, Ifeanyi Osai, took the oath of office after a fiercely contested election. 3 years later, the governor, members of the State Executive Council, and top government officials have gathered once again, this time at the Government House Chapel, to thank God for the journey so far.
This is a government we can say is intentional in the things it does. That's what we are celebrating. That's why we can say thank you.
Governor Mbah says while the occasion may not be the right moment to reel out achievements, he believes the last 3 years has brought visible transformation across critical sectors in the state.
What we are building is still young. A child taking its first steps into the world still needs guidance, patience, careful attention, even when those first steps fill the family with pride. In many ways, our wider transformation is still at that stage. And anything young requires protection.
And with another election season gradually approaching, the governor says he is confident that the work already done across the state will continue to speak for his administration. Kelechi Ekeledo, AIT News, Enugu.
In Delta State, the governor of Sheriff Oborori has attributed the achievements and successes recorded by his administration to God Almighty. The governor, who stated this during a praise and thanksgiving service held in Asaba, the state capital, also promised Delta residents that his more agenda will be felt across the 25 local government areas of the state. Adiri Akpomiriene tells us more.
The statewide praise and thanksgiving service is part of activities marking the 3rd anniversary of Governor Sheriff Oborori's administration. In the presence of all in attendance, Governor Oborori appreciates God Almighty for his grace and blessings upon this day. The governor also used the occasion to reflect on the achievements recorded by his administration over the past 3 years, while seeking divine direction for greater accomplishments.
We don't have any other state. What is more important is how we can come together to build this state. And this state will be an envy of other states. That is my dream. And I believe that is your dream.
In just 3 years, we have turned the entire state to construction site. The small agenda is working very well, and we are proud of it.
Delivery is 100%. So I want to congratulate him for the first 3 years and also congratulate him in advance for the next 5 years, because I know his second term is sure.
I think Governor Sheriff Oborevwori has surpassed all expectations, as seen in a lot of the infrastructural projects that are going on in the state.
The event had in attendance traditional rulers, government officials, stakeholders, and the renowned cleric Apostle Joshua Selma. Ejiri Akpo Merieni, AIT News, Asaba.
To some other matters now, doctors in Niger State under the aegis of the Nigerian Medical Association, NMA, have again threatened to down tools if their colleague, Dr. Tony Egagara, who has been in captivity for the past 34 days, is not rescued, despite the terrorists collecting 20 million naira ransom. Egagara, head of medical services at New Busa General Hospital in Bog local government area, was kidnapped on April 22 from his private clinic in Wawa Bog local government area of Niger State. NMA Secretary in Niger State, Aliyu Muhammad, in a statement called on the Niger State government and relevant stakeholders to intensify efforts to secure the release of the doctor. The association also expressed displeasure over the state government's failure to implement the new improved CONMES table for state doctors despite the increased workload and appalling working conditions. The doctors further demanded the immediate domestication and implementation of the new CONMES circular for all doctors working with the state government. They also rejected the planned review of premiums by the Niger State Contributory Health Agency and commenced process for the total withdrawal of members from the Contributory Health Scheme.
In the area of education, Birabi Memorial Grammar School, Bori, Kana local government area of Rivers State, has won the 2026 edition of the Chief Lesimo Ogoni Secondary School Science Quiz competition. The school scored 16 points to clinch the coveted 5 million naira grand prize at the finals held in Bori. AIT's Chibu Chichuku reports that the academic showdown was organized to celebrate the birthday of her God President General Lesimo.
60 secondary schools across the 4 Ogoni local government areas of Kana, Okana, Tai, and Eleme kicked off this academic race. It is the 3rd edition of the Chief Lesimao Ogoni Secondary School's Science Quiz competition. After a grueling preliminary rounds, 8 allied schools made it to the grand finale. Birabi Memorial Grammar School dominated the final stage to claim the ultimate crown.
The first position with a maximum 100% score of 16 points.
Community Secondary School Abajo secured the 2nd place position with 13 points, closely followed by Comprehensive Secondary School Kempole in 3rd place.
We feel excited, we're so happy, and this is the product of the hard work we put into this process. We were always on the net. I deploy all my science teachers to make sure that students were given all the instruction that was needed for this competition.
Listen how without any is humanity testified. And so what we have come to witness today is nothing but pure inspiration coming from a heart that is always ready to give.
The sponsor of the competition and President General of Ogoni Ape Sociocultural Group, Dagote, Chief Lesimao, noted that the annual event is designed to foster academic excellence. He explicitly chose May 27th, Children's Day, and his birthday to give back to the youth of the region.
This competition is an annual competition, and this is year 3. God's willing, by His grace, we shall control next year and control again and again and again, so that education will cease, which is what we know only did for some people. Let's join me look at the worst forest in Ghana and we innovate to standard.
Consolation prizes of 1 million naira were awarded to every participating school. In the final round, Lesimao also gifted a 4-bedroom flat to Namfi Biaga, a deaf and dumb person at Bidere community. Chibuchichuku, AIT News, Bori.
Still to come on the news tonight, correspondent reviews the recent Africa's CEO Summit in Kigali, Rwanda.
Now, the Africa CEOs Forum in Kigali, Rwanda, has put the continent's economic integration back in the spotlight. But behind the bold commitments lies a familiar problem. Despite decades of regional trade agreements, trade within Africa remains stringently low. The continent loses billions of dollars annually due to weak intra-Africa trade and a heavy reliance on foreign markets. Our correspondent explores how new pushes for free trade and cross-border investment could help Africa unlock the true value of its markets.
Africa has spent years pushing for regional integration through blocs like ECOWAS, the East African Community, and SADC. Yet, trade between African nations sits below 20% of the continent's total trade volume. This stark figure highlights deep structural issues. African leaders frequently call for economic unity at major summits, but actual progress is slow and fragmented. Critical investment are still missing in infrastructure, industrial capacity, and border logistics. Then came a major turning point. The African Continental Free Trade Area, launched in 2021. It is the world's largest free trade agreement. The goal was to create a single African market, boost cross-border investments, and drive industrialization. But years after its launch, local businesses still face the same old hurdles. They struggle with multiple border taxes, chaotic customs procedures, and terrible transport networks. Critics say many African economies are too focused on the outside world. Countries still trade more with Europe, Asia, and North America than with their own neighbors. At the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, Nigerian President Bola Tinubu addressed this issue directly.
Look around the entire continent, 54 countries. There's none of us without a particular commodity available in the country or the other. Why not start an exchange commodity platform where we can trade with one another?
But experts argue that political speeches will not dismantle trade barriers. They point to poor policy coordination between governments and a lack of competitive manufacturing.
So whilst the Continental Free Trade Agreement is a nice piece of paper, digital should actually push us in this direction of more integration, more trade. And again, we should be thinking Africa first in terms of how we think of trade. Not Africa only, but certainly more Africa first and then rest of the world.
Cross-border investments are supposed to drive jobs under AfCFTA. Instead, they are stalled by regulatory uncertainty, volatile currencies, and sudden policy shifts. Despite these hurdles, the Kigali Forum highlighted a clear path forward. Digital trade, fintech, regional payment systems, and agriculture offer massive opportunity.
A recurring theme that has come right from Nairobi and has been continued here in Kigali is the idea of unlocking the pent-up capital that Africa has. Our pension funds, our sovereign wealth funds, making sure that they are invested on the continent.
Ultimately, Africa's economic future will not be decided by summits or signed treaties. It will depend on whether leaders finally clear the bottlenecks preventing African nations from trading, producing, and growing together. Olamide Abriyo, AIT News, Abuja.
The Federal Capital Territory Administration has warned owners of event centers, hotels, and other public facilities in Abuja against allowing their premises to be used by illegal organizations. The administration emphasized that land allocations within the Federal Capital Territory are strictly for lawful purposes, noting that Any violation of these directives could attract severe consequences, including the revocation of property titles. In a statement released on Friday, Larry Olayinka, the Senior Special Assistant on Public Communications and Social Media to the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, said the move is part of efforts to strengthen security and safeguard lives and property in the nation's capital. It disclosed that the use of event venues and public buildings will now be closely monitored to ensure they are not exploited for gatherings capable of disrupting public peace. The FCTA further urged facility owners to thoroughly verify the legitimacy of organizations seeking to use their spaces, especially during the ongoing political season.
Now, the war of words between the factions of the People's Democratic Party has deepened, with the Federal Capital Territory's Minister Nyesom Wike-led PDP disassociated itself from a planned affirmation of the candidacy of the former President Goodluck Jonathan for the 2027 general elections. The Abdurrahman Mohammed-led PDP has asked the former president to publicly disassociate himself from what it calls charade in order to protect the integrity of the democratic process and preserve the credibility he earned while serving the nation. The party, in a statement signed by its National Publicity Secretary, Jungudu Mohammed, also calls on relevant security agency to swiftly investigate the source of the report and take appropriate actions against the perpetrators. Meanwhile, a faction of the People's Democratic Party, led by its interim chairman, Tanimu Turaki, has alleged intimidation and abuse of power ahead of Saturday's planned convention to affirm former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as the party's presidential candidate. The faction accused the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, of threatening to shut down the venue designated for the event. In a statement issued by the faction's National Publicity Secretary, Ini Ememobong, claims that the management of the venue scheduled for the affirmation of former President Goodluck Jonathan informed them of an alleged threat from the FCT minister over the planned gathering. It insisted that despite the alleged intimidation, the special convention to ratify Jonathan's candidacy will proceed as scheduled on Saturday, May 30th, 2026.
The Rivers State coordinator of the Renewed Hope Ambassadors, Ambassador Desmond Akawo, has expressed satisfaction with the growing support for the movement across the state. Speaking during the inauguration of ward coordinators in Eche local government area, Akawo noted that the policies of President Tinubu, particularly the removal of the fuel subsidy, are now yielding tangible dividends at the grassroots level. Following the successful outing in Eche, the Renewed Hope team moved to Opobo, the hometown of Governor Siminalayi Fubara, where they were received by a massive crowd of supporters.
The visit to Eche felt like a homecoming for the Renewed Hope ambassadors, led by Desmond Akawo, following the crowd that received them. Akawo and his team's first official assignment was the commissioning of the new RHA Secretariat, followed by the groundbreaking ceremony for our new legislative block. At the main event, the council chairman and other stakeholders pledged their commitment to the president's agenda.
2 graders for the Sinner Road, no be so. Compass Lodge, no be so. Eche people, I don't want to see 99.9. I want all of you to give 100% vote.
If we are big, it means that the state expects something as big. Please, we need to come together and achieve those things. The man who leads us in this state, E.N. Wike, has done so much for Eche.
Coordinators for the 19 wards were later inaugurated by Rivers East Coordinator Boma Iyayi. Addressing Eche people, Desmond Akawo urged them to continue aligning with the vision of the FCT minister.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu is fully seated. Nothing will happen to him. And I've heard that the Eche people are okay with OK Chinda. Eche is okay with OK. This unity we have seen today, let it continue.
In Opobo, hometown of the Rivers State Governor, political leaders welcomed the RHA team, using the opportunity to thank the FCT minister for his pivotal role in the emergence of Siminalayi Fubara as the governor of Rivers State.
Anybody that Wike stands behind has the lion chest to go to the war front. And that is why we are all here today, to tell him that we are here to deliver. I want to use somebody to say thank you
for putting Rick Opopo Nkoro in the map of those who have ruled River State. The hope of Opopo Nkoro is now renewed with OK Chinda.
DG of the Rivers Ijaw People Congress, Roland Sekibo, inaugurated the coordinators for the 11 wards of the local government area. RHA State Coordinator Desmond Akawo commended Opobo people for identifying with the ideals of the Rainbow Coalition under the leadership of the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike.
Please, Opobo Nkoro people, we are very grateful for you to have turned out en masse in this way to welcome the renewal family. And we will say, continue with what you are doing, because we believe that Opobo Nkoro, if we cannot make so much in order to get everything we are looking for.
Abajo Sekwe, AIT News, Opobo.
The Allied People's Movement, APM, has affirmed former Commissioner for Finance in Bauchi State, Yakubu Adamu, as its governorship candidate, while Governor Bala Mohammed emerged as the party's candidate for Bauchi South Senatorial District ahead of the 2027 general elections. Also, Senator Kabiru Marafa has secured the governorship ticket of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, in Zamfara State with a promise to improve security and ensure transparent leadership. The former lawmaker emerged unopposed through a consensus arrangement adopted by the party during a gathering in Gusau.
The declaration of the Allied People's Movement ceremony was attended by party members and supporters from the 20 local government areas of the state. It took place at the Government House, Bauchi, in the presence of the representatives of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC.
We will run an issue-based campaign that focuses on job and economic opportunities, education and healthcare, infrastructure and rural development, youth empowerment and inclusion, renewable energy, and many more.
Our eyes are on the ball, on Bauchi first. That's why I'm running for the Senate, so that I can give you leadership. I will not do as I did in 2023 to run for the presidency. We will allow others to do that. We want to take our development to the next level. And I assure you, Dr. Yakubu, we will not be meddlesome in our leadership. We will give you a free hand.
Also addressing party supporters shortly after the announcement in Zamfara State, Marafa thanked members for the trust placed in him and assured them of purposeful leadership if elected governor. He identified corruption as one of the major setbacks to development in Zamfara and pledged to promote accountability and prudent management of state resources.
All the problems Zamfara State is facing today has a common denominator, and that common denominator is the absence of equity, fairness, justice, and monumental corruption.
You're still on to the news hour on AIT. Up next is business news.
TerraQ, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
My baba, they always say, for market, every day gets your own wahala. Sometimes people go on scam you. But Baba say, no be by gra, you must cool down, dey sharp. Because with OPay payment, your money go enter sharp, no story. But inside market, anything fit happen. One day, we no see phone again. My baba remember OPay USSD lock, dial *955*131#. Baba press am, lock account. From market woman to driver, from small boy to big man. Now OPay, they protect people like us. My baba fit sell, press phone, collect POS, and still they teach me price. And when they don't tire am, go just tap OPay night guard. We no fear for this our hustle life. Now OPay be the people payment shield.
Before the day begins, warmth
stirs within our homes. Every cup of tea brewed carries care and togetherness. The warmth stays with us all day, and at Iftar, it gathers us again. When we share a cup, we share more than tea, for the little moments that bring us closer. Lipton, tea is for togetherness.
The River State Elders and Leaders Forum heartily felicitate His Excellency Sir Simon Alaye Fubara, GSSRS, Executive Governor of River State, on the occasion of his 3rd anniversary in office today, May 29, 2026. Your Excellency, within just 3 years of purposeful and visionary leadership, you have demonstrated uncommon passion and unwavering commitment towards opening up the hinterlands and connecting the rural communities to the urban center through strategic infrastructure and people-oriented development projects spread across the 23 local government areas of the state. As you mark this significant milestone, we pray that Almighty God will continue to grant you divine wisdom, strength, sound health, protection, and unfailing guidance as you steer the affairs of the state. May your tenure continue to usher in greater peace, unity, progress, and prosperity for the good people of River State.
Better, more nutritious meals, more veggies, but we want it tasty and easy too. Knorr Cubes, that's the secret. Made with real ingredients like chicken, parsley, and garlic, and enriched with iron, so your meals are better for you and more delicious too. That's the cocoa. Let's give it some accolades. Change your world by changing what's on your plate.
Hello, and thanks for joining us on Business Report. I am Oyebimpe Wealth. Now, the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to developing a robust local electric vehicle industry as Nigeria intensifies efforts to position itself as a major center for clean transportation and industrial innovation in Africa. The assurance was given by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Tochukwu Ude, during a meeting with the Electric Vehicle Assemblers and Manufacturers Association of Nigeria in Abuja, where he stated that Nigeria's transition to electric mobility must be driven by strong local content policies.
As the global shift towards cleaner energy and sustainable transportation continues to gain momentum, Nigeria is also advancing efforts to develop a homegrown electric vehicle industry. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Tochukwu Ude, represented by Ibiam Ogoejefo, said the federal government remains committed to ensuring that Nigerian expertise, local materials and indigenous companies play a central role in the country's industrial and technological development.
The Executive Order 5 was established to prioritize Nigerian enterprise, indigenous companies, local materials, and domestic innovation in public projects involving science, engineering, and technology. And of course, we can't talk of public projects without involving the private sector.
The chairman of the Everman Caretaker Committee, Mona Musafa, said the association was established to ensure that Nigeria is not left behind in a global transition to cleaner transportation. He noted that the Everman has continued to promote policy engagement, technology transfer, research, investment, and youth participation within the electric vehicle industry.
With our large market, skilled manpower, and growing technological capacity, we can position ourselves as a hub for electric vehicle manufacturing and clean transportation solutions in Africa.
Everman, therefore, has an important responsibility to serve as a platform for collaboration, advocacy, policy enhancement, standardization, consumer awareness, and industry coordination.
Stakeholders at the event agreed that with consistent government support, private sector participation and innovation, Nigeria has the capacity to emerge as a major electric vehicle manufacturing hub in Africa. Olamide Rio, AIT News, Abuja.
As President Bola Ahmed Tinubu marks 3 years in office, the federal government says it is committed to expanding gas infrastructure and boosting domestic gas utilization to drive industrial growth, improve energy access, and support Nigeria's transition to cleaner energy sources. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Ekperekpe Ekpo, said this at the commissioning of high-capacity daughter booster station in Jai, Abuja. Ekperekpe described the project as a significant milestone in the implementation of the federal government's decade of gas initiative and the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Booster station is also a practical contribution to the presidential initiative on compressed natural gas, PICNG, which seek to expand the adoption of CNG as a cleaner, more affordable and sustainable fuel alternative for transportation and industrial applications. Facilities such as this are essential for building the backbone infrastructure required to support widespread CNG penetration.
We have seen the CNG infrastructure gradually expand across the length and breadth of this country. 3 weeks ago, when we started the national media tour, Renewed Hope Media Tour, we left Abuja with 3 CNG buses packed with about 57 journalists, just to prove that this is working.
The Executive Director of the Presidential CNG Initiative and Electric Vehicle Programs, Ismail Ahmed, emphasized that efforts are focused on developing infrastructure along major high-traffic corridors before expanding to other parts of the country to encourage the adoption of compressed natural gas and electric vehicles.
So for every gas station you see, it's not like, unlike other stations that you can come and just put up a gas station everywhere, the safety have to be taken into cognizance. The feedstock and how the gas becomes available has to be taken into consideration. But God willing, we are hoping that within the next 2-3 years, we are going to move astronomically to gas and electric vehicles.
We can now see a lot of stations across the country. I was in Kaduna a couple of weeks back, and the first CNG station that we saw had almost 200 keke napeps queuing to just buy fuel, and they said, oh, they spend about 4,008 to fill their tank, which takes them for about 3 days. Imagine what's to cost them if they were using petrol.
They urge investors and industry players to take advantage of opportunities in Nigeria's gas sector, stressing that effective utilization of the nation's vast gas reserves remains critical to industrialization, energy security, and economic diversification. Now let's take you through the Nigerian stock markets. The Nigerian equities market ended the last trading day of the month on a negative note as the market capitalization declined by over 1 trillion naira, closing at 159 trillion naira. The all-share index depreciated by 0.1% to close at 249,484 naira 99 kobo. The value traded was over 31 billion, and the volume of the market was over 1 billion, and market capitalization that, like we told you, was over 159.9 trillion. Now let's go to the decliners table. Austin Laz led the lager, followed by Premier Paints and Cap PLC. Austin Laz, Premier Paints and Cap PLC declined by 10%, closing at different figures, where we have Austin Laz closing at 3 naira 96 kobo, and the Premier Paints closing at 33 naira 75 kobo. And we have other John Oates also on this table. Let's go to the other side, which is the bright side of it, where we have prices rose for Zichis Agro Allied. We have International Energy and NIM Insurance PLC. As we can see that Zichis appreciated by 10%, closing at 33 naira. And then we have International Energies appreciating by 9.98%, closing at 4 naira 52 kobo. And we have, even on this table, we have Ikeja Hotel appreciating by 8 naira and 8.5%, closing at 40 naira 20 kobo. Now let's go to the active traders. On the most active traders table, we have the traders that traded the highest volume, which is Fidelity Bank, Access Holding, and the Initiate PLC, where we had Fidelity Bank closing at over 8 billion naira, Access Holding closing at over 2 billion naira, and we have Initiate also closing at over 1 billion naira. To the oil market. The oil market prices were lower than previous days trading as Brent crude and West Texas Intermediate fell by more than $1 due to growing optimism about a possible extension of agreements between the U.S. and Iran. And that's Business Report. I am Oyebimpe Wealth. Thanks for staying with us. The news hour continues to stay with us. Thank you.
Progress no dey happen just like that. It dey come from support when you need am.
Mommy, I got the school fees. You too much.
Na money point oh.
Money point, thank you.
Customer, na transfer abi? Confirm.
Bro, na transfer.
Na money point oga. Oh, na confirm.
Progress na peace of mind when you know say payment go land as Sure Banker. Progress na small wind where they carry person go far.
No worry, yourself go make am. Mo go buy ball.
Victor, even you they use money point?
Of course now, they use money point.
Confirm.
Money Point, made for your progress.
Shield your families from germs. When Dettol is a part of every household bucket, then you and your family can stay protected from up to 100 illness-causing germs.
Everyday use of Dettol keeps my loved ones protected.
During this blessed month, we begin with prayer, with faith, and with the spirit of giving. Ramadan is more than just about fasting. It's about bringing hearts together. Together we break our fast and celebrate the blessings of this holy month. Bring out the flavors of the season with Anga. Ramadan Kareem. Godrej Air Pocket? Wow!
With Power Gel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Godrej Air Pocket. Bye-bye bad smell, hello sweet fragrance.
Even glow for your shade of beautiful.
Welcome back. You're still watching the news hour on ART. Up next is sports.
Welcome. I am Osaibovo Sifo. The Delta State Sports Commission has commended Governor Sheriff Oborevwori's administration for its commitment to sports development and youth empowerment within 3 years in office. In a congratulatory message, the Commission noted that sustained investment in sports infrastructure, athlete welfare, grassroots talent development, and improved funding for Team Delta have strengthened the state's competitiveness at national and international level. The Commission added that the administration's focus on human capital development through sport has created opportunities for young talent to discover and maximize their potential. It further stated that the governor's commitment to inclusive growth and sustainable sports development is boosting confidence among athletes, coaches, and stakeholders across Delta State. Former Edo State Governor, Senator representing Edo North Senatorial District, Adams Oshomole, has been named an ambassador of the 2026 Okpekpe International 10-kilometer road race. Speaking with AIT Sports Crew, the 74-year-old politician described the Okpekpe road race as a clear example of how sport can drive development and economic growth in rural communities.
That made this race happen, because without him, we wouldn't be talking about Okpekpe. So,
Oshio Omole, whose administration constructed the Okpekpe Road during his tenure as governor, expressed delight over the recognition and says he looks forward to actively participating in the event. He noted that the annual international race has helped place Okpekpe on the global sporting map while attracting investment, tourism, and infrastructure development to the community.
The rest of the world has been conquered by concrete forests. So if you want real nature, this is the place to come to. And for me, that makes me feel fulfilled. But as I have always said, and I still do believe so, the challenge for public policy is not either this or that, rural development or urban development. It has to be holistic.
Oshiomole also called on political office holders across the country to demonstrate stronger commitment towards rural infrastructure development, stressing that improved access, roads, and social amenities can transform local communities.
Most people who have governed this country come from rural areas. But once they migrate to the city, they forget. Now, bank executives, senior managers in the oil, banking, you name it, who have made it and who are making it in the private sector. They are
Deputy Governor of Edo State and now Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Institute for Sports, Philip Shaibu, says he is equally ready for the race and looks forward to competing alongside Senator Adams Oshiomole, noting that with increased collaboration, the 11th Okpekpe Road race is breaking new ground.
Yeah, it's difficult to be the leader, but I'll be faster than him, but I'll wait for him the finishing line for him to finish up and win the race. NIS has partnered with Pamuse and Okpekpe Race to have the first certified medical race doctor, and the deputy coordinator medical for this year's Okpekpe race is also a staff of NIS for the first time in the history of the Okpekpe race. So we are gradually bringing NIS to what he ought to be doing and to the services he's supposed to render to the country.
With a certified World Athletics Road Race medical director on ground and live streaming of the event on the World Athletics platform, the 11th edition of the Okpekpe 10-kilometer road race promises excitement for spectators, athletes, and residents of the host community. Laila Wao, EIT News, Okpekpe.
And that's sports. Many thanks for watching. I am Osai-Bovo Usifo.
Thanks a lot, Osai-Bovo. Family members, friends, and associates of late media mogul Raymond Anthony Aliogo Dokpesi gathered at the Church of the Assumption in Asokoro, Abuja, for a Thanksgiving Mass marking 3 years since his passing. The remembrance service was filled with reflections on his life, legacy, and contributions to Nigeria's media and democratic development.
The Thanksgiving Mass drew family members, media professionals, and well-wishers who described the late Dokpesi as a visionary leader whose impact continues to resonate across the broadcasting industry. Family members at the service said the day was marked by mixed emotions.
It's a day in which we are solemn with his dearly miss our father, our grandfather. But at the same time, we are grateful for the life he left. We are grateful for the legacies he left behind. We are grateful for the values and principles he imbibed in us, and it's also a reminder of all the things that he represented. And for us as a family, we are happy to be here.
For the past 3 years, it's never been the same. It's marked the day where you remember the loss of someone very close, someone great, someone amazing, a force in your life, and so we give thanks every year, every day.
I get a lot of mixed feelings as well. Just remembering how much time has passed. I miss going over to the glass house and meeting him there and just chilling there with him, gathering as a family to come and remember him and think about him, talk about him, brings a lot of emotions. What I miss the most is when we go to his room or go to the glass house or the gazebo and we'll go and sit down with him and then we'll make him laugh. He has this very, very loud laugh when he laughs.
For us, the shock is still there, but who are we to argue with God? He was a very impactful man, and that is why you are seeing a lot of people here today after 3 years. Our prayers is that his legacy will not die.
They pledged to sustain the values and legacies he left behind, particularly his contributions to the growth of private broadcasting and democratic discourse in Nigeria.
No? We only pray that God Almighty will grant the soul eternal rest. For us, he left behind. For the empire, he left behind. Our responsibility is to keep that light on. Sustain that legacy so that wherever he is will be glad.
It's a cause for thanksgiving that is in God's hands, because this is somebody who made a lot of contributions towards the spread of the message of love. It's not a loss. It's in the hands of God.
Islamic prayers were also offered at the residence of the late media icon, where imams, family members and associates gathered to pray for the peaceful repose of his soul. Late Chief Raymond Dokpesi, founder of DAC Communications and pioneer of Africa Independence Television AIT, died in 2023 and is widely remembered for transforming Nigeria's media landscape. Aicheda Majekodomi, AIT News, Abuja.
Solemn memories indeed.
Indeed. We miss him.
God rest his soul.
Amen.
That's the news out on AIT. I am Enemako Ojochebe.
And I am Chioma Okole Mukuze. Thanks for staying with us.